Hey Peeps! Welcome. Oh, need to turn the sound off. There we go. We have Mum joining us today. Mm-hmm. She's quilting in the corner. I've stolen all her light and I've closed the blinds, so she probably can't see anything. But she's trying to quilt in the corner.
Doing very accurate geese.
Yes, after all the free motion quilting, she's not impressed.
Bit different.
Right, so I have got, I think we're just about to see, I've got my overlocker set up with pink thread, so I'm going to do my two pink t-shirts first. So I cleaned my machine, I've put a new needle on, I have changed my stitch plate, so I've got my wide stitch plate on so I can do zigzag stitches. I'm just going to thread this one. I'm going to put my tweezers in the rubbish bin, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so I need to tell it I've changed my stitch plate, because otherwise it won't let me do a zigzag stitch. So it's freshly oiled, freshly cleaned, new needle, rethreaded completely. So fingers crossed this works. It's like, you know, I was having trouble with my zigzag stitch the other day, that the tension on the bobbin wasn't working. The lightning stitch was fine. I went to sew the grey and white t-shirts the other day, and the lightning stitch, the tension wasn't working, and the zigzag stitch was fine. So I'm not sure what was going on with that.
Is this all right?
Yeah, that's fine. So let's just. That's been rethreaded as well. So I think we're ready. So we've got lots of people here. So hi Julie, hi Duvalet, hi Rachel, hello Leslie, hello Caroline, hi Lynn, Cecilia. Hello. Did I actually make it to the start? Hey Peeps, good morning. You did, Cecilia. Hannah's here. Wilhelmine, hello. Love your sweater, dress or top. It is the Sew Over at Ella cardigan, well, Sew Over at Ella top, but done in a knit fabric that I got from FC Fabric Studios. I think they still have some of this. This pattern is designed to be a woven one, but me being me, I've made it in a knit, and I added cuffs to it. So yes, I like this top a lot. And Lynn says, it's technology for you, isn't it? Good afternoon, Lynn. Caroline says, hiya, yay, lovely to have Jane here too. She's going to be piping up in the corner.
Hi!
So yeah, if you have any questions for Mum, let us know. Let us know. We did. We've been discussing how to do the Hortensia knit along, and we think we've worked it out that Mum's going to start one, and I'm going to film the bits of processes when there's a new thing, and then Mum's also going to have something else on the go at the same time. And she'll stop the Hortensia when there's something new to tell you guys until I can come and film it. So we are going to do one, but it is probably going to take a lot longer than the usual sew-alongs, purely and simply because they are a lot of work to film, and Mum can't ring me, in 8 o'clock in the evening and go, oh, I need to do this new thing, come down and film, because obviously I work or do other things as well in the evenings. So yeah, we're going to try and do it that way. Didn't we? We agreed that was the best way to do it, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, so we're going to try and do it that way, and we'll see how we get on. So we are going to try.
I also have to get Dad as cameraman.
Yes. Goodness. Dad will get all arty with it.
That will work.
No. And yeah, he'll get all arty with it, and then it could just, it'll be weird. So yeah, we're gonna try, and we'll see how we get on. We're also going to try and get a lookbook done for what Mum's been making, but the last one we did was quite a while ago, so there's quite a few things. So I need to get Mum in a good mood when she wants to try on all the stuff. So yeah. And you guys were asking for a thread painting tutorial as well. And again, that's another one that we're going to try and work out a way of doing it that works for both of us, both of our schedules. So, but you're done with thread painting for the moment, aren't you? Because all your dragons are done.
We could do an extra dragon if people wanted to.
For like a pillow or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're trying to work out ways of kind of incorporating all of that stuff. But as I mentioned last week, it isn't Mum's job; it's her hobby, and it's my job, and we will try, but we can't guarantee anything. So bear with us. We've got a few more people have arrived. Cherry says hello. Hi, Cherry. Simone, hello. Williamine says it looks so nice and cozy. The only reason I have this down is if I didn't, all you'd be able to see is a big white square and everything in here would be dark. It's beautiful sunshine outside, but we've had to take the blind down because of the position of my sewing table, unfortunately. So, but it is nice and cozy in here. It's like a nice little kind of well-lit room actually, because we've got all of the lights on that could possibly be on. Oh, except for that one. Maybe I ought to put that one on as well. Julie says, hi, Jane. So Lily Bells is here. Hello. Sarah's here. Good morning from Toronto, Canada. Good morning. It's very early with you, isn't it? Dee's here. Hi. I'm busy sorting out cupboards at the moment. Found all sorts of things I'd forgotten about. Oh, I love it when that happens. And Debbie's here. Hi, Debbie. How are you, my lovely? Right. Okay. So I've got 2 gable tees and 3 wanted tees to sew up today. Pink, black, and 1 bright yellow, which was the remainder of the bright yellow I had after cutting out the sew over it cowl neck top. I make enough of them. I should know what it's called. So let's have a look. Right. Sleeves. Okay, so they need to be pressed, they need to be sewn to each other, they need to have their edges finished, as does this and the tops of those. So what's everyone sewing today? Have you got projects to do whilst I'm waffling at you?
Geese.
Mum's doing geese.
Flying geese.
Flying geese. Straight flying geese rather than curly ones this time, because you're
and then I'll do curly ones in the big dyeing.
Okay. Okay. She's making this quilt up as she goes along.
Yeah. It's my normal.
Yeah. I really want to do a Judy Nehemiah. Mm-hmm. She does the Dahlia dinner plate ones.
Gorgeous, yeah.
I want to do the Mariner's Compass one.
Mm-hmm.
The pattern for that's $70 and the kit for it is another $70. But I think I'd rather spend that because it comes with all those paper pieces that you've got like there.
Right.
So I think I'd rather have that than have to make my own paper piecey bits like that.
I'm a member of the quilt show, which is where I got my original big one with all these bits that I can use for other things, which is great.
Yeah. Yeah,
I've got a new one at the moment actually with Sue Garman. Sorry.
It's all right. No. Are you going to do, because it was a quilt along, wasn't it, Mum?
Yes, it was brilliant. Block of the month.
Yeah. Are you going to do that if there's a new one?
I might do, but I've got to get this finished. We could do a block of the month. No, we couldn't. Filming it would be a disaster.
Yeah. That's the thing. Everyone keeps saying that Dad ought to have his own cooking channel, Mum ought to have her own quilting channel. It'd be me that ends up editing everything. And doing this one channel with a video every day is already a full-time job.
Yeah.
So no. No. Here we go. This is the one that I want to do. Let's see if I can get a good picture of it. That's the one that I want to do. I'll show you in a second. So nothing like setting myself a challenge.
Oh, smashing.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
The herd ones are lovely, aren't they? I saw another one of hers the other day that I fancy doing.
I do really fancy that. Obviously mine would be different colours. This is was this the Dahlia? I think that's the Dahlia plate one. Oops. Oh, no, that's as far down as it goes. One of these, the last quilt show that we went to, one of these had won best quilt, hadn't it, traditional quilt. That's another nice one. I don't know what that one's called. That's another nice one, Mum.
Oh, yes. Actually, you know, I think I've got that.
But no, I want to do the Mariner's Compass.
Yeah.
And you can do it as just the compass, or you can add the borders to it to make it into a king size quilt, which I would want to do. So yeah. But I do think buying the pattern and the kit would be a better way of doing it, because it would be more likely that I would actually get it done. Mind you, having said Christmas present. Yes. No, for my birthday, I'd like the viscose, please, when I can get my account working. I'm not going to ring the poor bloke today to say, can you put another order through for me? My Sherwood account isn't working for some reason, so it actually won't let me add anything to my basket now. It's like, you've bought far too much stuff from us, you cannot have any more.
You're banned.
Which seems very counterintuitive for a shop. But yeah, it won't even let me add to my basket, but it wouldn't let me check out because it wouldn't accept my address, and I wasn't putting in a new address. I've had an account with them for years. And I ended up speaking to James, which is how Sherwoods have ended up on the Peeps group. So I ended up speaking to this guy called James, who I think is one of the owners, and he was lovely. And he put the order through manually for me, and him putting the address in worked. So it's like, if you cleared the history on your thing, if you cleared your cache, could that be the problem? And I was like, well, no, because my boyfriend is in London trying to place an order on my account as well, so I get the points, and he's having exactly the same issue. So he was like, yeah, that's really weird. So anyway, he placed my order for me, so it's all good. And then we ended up chatting about the YouTube channel and the Peeps group. And I said, you know, if you guys want to, if Sherwoods wants to join the Peeps group, to put their offers on, rather, because I mean, basically every single one of us, it's usually me, Rachel, Alex, sometimes Andrea. Somebody always shares the Sherwoods offer on the Peeps group page. So I was just like, if you want to just cut out the middleman and, you know, straight from the horse's mouth, let us know about the offers when they come out. And he was like, yeah, okay. So he's joined the Peeps group, or the Sherwood's page has joined the Peeps group. Yeah. So Wilson was able to place his order for my birthday present yesterday because it started working. But then I tried to place my order for my birthday present from Mum and Dad, and the same issue was happening, but then it wouldn't even let me put things in my cart. So it was just like, and then the very lovely Alex has bought me a Sherwood's voucher for my birthday as well, which is very kind of her. But that email hasn't turned up yet. So I'm going to talk to them tomorrow when they're back in the office, because he did say to give him a call over the weekend if I wanted to place another order. But I mean, he rang me at 6 o'clock on Friday night, bless him. And I was just like, it's a bit much to ask him to ring me on a Saturday evening or a Sunday afternoon. So I'm waiting till tomorrow. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat. Where did we get to?
They're clearly blacklisted you.
I can't think why. I put so much business their way. Should be the other way around. No, I think it's because I asked for wool constantly and really expensive remnants, or like, you know, with the last time they said have 3 meters of any Lady McElroy fabric for free. I was like, oh, can I have the cashmere wool silk blend, please? Which they've given me. Which was amazing. I haven't shown you guys that order yet. It's arrived on Friday, I think. Yes, it did arrive on Friday, because I remember when I was talking to him on the phone, I was just like, my last order arrived from you today, so you know where I live. You'll be surprised by that order, I think, as well. There's only one print in it. The rest are all solids, but they're all Lady McElroy fabrics. And the cashmere wool silk blend, it said that there were 5 meters available, and they gave me 3 meters for free for my last order, and then they put it in as a 2.5 meter remnant for a discounted price. So I went back and bought that because I think is going to make an amazing 3-piece suit. And Daisy May last summer gave me a vintage, it wasn't a vintage Vogue pattern, but it was an older Vogue pattern for a 3-piece suit. And I think it would look really, really cool. And I like the idea of having a waistcoat, because I don't have any waistcoats at the moment, because the only ones that I did have don't fit me anymore. But I like the idea of a waistcoat. I like the idea of the trousers, and I like the idea of the jacket. I don't know if I'd ever wear them together as a 3-piece suit. But yeah, so anyway, I was going to catch up with the chat, wasn't I? Sorry. Danielle is here from Western Australia. Hello, good evening. And Nicola, hi. Been rushing back to get the housework done so I can join you for as much of today as I can. Join you for as much as I can today. Just ordered the gable patterns. I'll be watching with interest today, Sean. I have 2 of those to sew. They're not very difficult, actually. Their instructions are written really well as well. I didn't have to alter that pattern at all either, which was amazing. Helen, hi, Sean and all the peeps. Good evening from Christchurch, New Zealand. Good evening. Nancy's here. She is sewing a maxi dress. Ooh, nice. Ooh, nice. Danielle says, flannel PJ pants. It's getting cold here.
Where's that?
Western Australia.
Oh, yes.
Caroline says, the dreaded alteration, but at least it's because I've lost weight. Oh, that's a good reason. That is a good reason. Sue is here. Hi, Sue. She says hello to everyone. Cherry says, I need to finish quilting a hopscotch quilt for my niece. Very nice. Suzanne says, good morning. Just got up. Looking forward to a day of sewing and watching you. Oh, thank you, Suzanne. Mum's here too as well. So, yay. If you can hear sewing in the background and I'm not doing anything, that is why. And this is also why it takes me like 6 hours to make 3 t-shirts, because I sit here and chat to you guys and don't actually do any sewing. I can get there eventually. Simone says, I'm going to nap before my night shift, but I finished sewing a pattern test for Friday Pattern Company today, which was a win. Hopefully I'll drop back in a bit later when I'm at work. Ooh, exciting, Simone. I love Friday Pattern Company, so I'm interested to see what their new pattern is. When do you know when it's coming out? Can you give us any sneaky peeks? I know you can't, but I'm going to ask anyway. Where did I get to? Louise is here. Good afternoon, peeps. Hi, Louise. Duvalet says, no sewing, sorting out the cupboard today while we still have lockdown going on. Louise says, that's beautiful. About the quilt, Cherry says, is that foundation paper pieced? Yes, those Judy Niemeyer, I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right, is, but that's what the kit is. So the pattern is, like I say, $70, and then the kit is $70 for all of the paper pieces that go on that you can then use. That's what Mum's doing in the background as well. She's paper piecing geese. So and then Louise says, so is that? And then Louise says, I think Sherwood would put you on a ban, lol. Why? Why? Danny says, hi everyone, just popping in while I'm eating my brunch lunch. I resisted the Sherwood offer last weekend in the end. Well done, Danny. Well done. I did not. I got my 3 meters of cashmere wool silk blend though, so I'm happy. Caroline says, I cut a waistcoat out the embroidered velvet I bought on the Gold Hawk road trip. Ooh, nice. Christine says, hi all, doing a bit of hand quilting in the garden. Very nice. And Joanne says, good afternoon from bright but cloudy West Yorkshire. I'm watching you around the house while I complete the housework. Well, I'm glad we can keep you company. Right, let's do some actual sewing. 18.5 minutes in. Turning the sewing machine on for the first time. And then I go quiet because I don't want to cut my own finger off. Oh dear.
That sounds very noisy.
It is very noisy. Why is that doing that? I'm going to need to go and get a scrap piece of fabric because it's misbehaving itself again. Do I still have a bit of jersey in here? Right. Back in a sec, need some scrap jersey. Mum's been asking me to keep all these little scraps because she's making another bed for the dog.
Yeah, I think I've got enough now. colour.
I mean, the rate of knots that I cut things out at.
Yes.
I know there's a. Oh, that'll do. Right. I haven't adjusted anything on this, so why are you misbehaving? Was it just because? Yeah, you're not misbehaving. I had just sewn too close to the edge and not been careful with it, but that's okay. I'll give it a press, it'll be fine. Right, let's do the other sleeve. So I am overlocking all the edges that need overlocking first, and then I'm going to go press everything. So like the edge of my sleeves, and then so I try to do as much as I'm sat down here as I possibly can, and then I will get up and do as much ironing as I possibly can and kind of switch between the two to try and. So I've got the sleeves for the wanted tee, the sleeves for the gable. I'm going to do it that way. That is very odd. It's fine doing the construction stitch with it. Oh well, never mind. Not the end of the world. No one's going to see that bit anyway. Where did we get to? Danny says, very good choice, Rue, the cashmere silk blend. I thought so. It's a really pretty kind of puppy tooth because it is a houndstooth, but it's a really tiny one. So kind of it reads just like a check from far away. But yeah, it's really nice. I'm going to show you guys. There is the last piece of the sew along coming out tomorrow, but I was thinking about doing a vlog as well, but I haven't even started a vlog yet, and I'm going to be here for at least 6 hours, so I probably won't do that in all actuality. So yeah, you've got the last bit of the sew along coming out tomorrow. There's a new to me technique in that I think you guys are going to like, and I am going to take that technique out and make it into one of my mini tutorials as well, but I haven't filmed the intro and outro for that yet, but I have a lot to film this week, so I'm going to get there eventually. Rachel says, good morning all. It's just after 7 a.m. here, still in bed. Good morning, Rachel. That is very early.
Where's she?
Yes, whereabouts are you? 7 a.m. It's got to be America somewhere. East Coast, I would think. Or maybe mid. Oh, I'm waiting to hear, Rachel. Where are you? Because I'm sure you tell us every time. But I'm sorry, my memory is not that good. Sarah says, my last quilt was paper piecing. By the end of it, I saw up and down, never again. And Carol's here. Good morning from New York. It's actually Carol that's turned me on to the technique that I was just telling you guys about. It's how to face your facing. And yes, it was all Carol's idea that kind of led me on to that. So thank you very much, Carol. Julie says, I'm doing absolutely nothing today. Ooh, very nice. And Christine says, good morning, ladies from Montreal. Fresh and sunny today. Good morning. Nancy says to Sarah, where in Toronto are you? In Yonge-Bloor. No idea if that's right. Sorry. Carol says, going to make a wanted tea this morning. Aim to do it all in one go so I know how long it takes. I usually get distracted in the middle of projects. Good luck with that. I shall be sewing along with you. And Lynn says, told you, Sean, it's technology. Hannah says, night all, love to see you. Good night, Hannah. Thank you for joining us. Sarah says to Nancy, I'm just around the corner from Egg West Station. That is awesome, Egg West Station.
What a wonderful name.
Yeah. Sal says, good day, Sean and Peeps. Hi, Sal. And Nancy says, ooh, a close by peep. Yay. And Rachel says she's in South Florida. Nice. Whereabouts in South Florida? If I ever move to the States, I'd want to move to Key West. Already found my house. It's only $5 million. Anyone want to buy that for me? Is there a Joann's down there as well? Or will I have to drive like the 8 hours to Miami for a Joann's? It's all right. Mood Fabrics deliver. Oh my goodness. I was looking at Mood Fabrics the other day. I don't do it very often, but I was looking the other day, and they have the most stunning collection of rayons in at the moment. And yeah, I was fantasy shopping. My basket got up to around $600. I kind of got this thing though that if you're buying from America, it's silly to buy just a small amount. You might as well like make a big order. So I didn't place the order. Don't worry. Like it's like my fabric.com basket got up to around $400 that day. Hello. You tired?
I've just been accosted by a sewist.
You've been accosted by a sewist?
Yeah. You know the lady that moved into Don's house down the road?
Yeah.
She stopped to ask me some questions. She knew that someone here was a sewist because she'd looked at the details of the house on Rightmove and saw this room.
Yeah.
Oh.
She's a sewist, and the machine blew up yesterday.
Oh no!
What kind?
Oh, an old Benina and something else that's blown up. So, what's the name of the guy at the singer shop? Roger, is it?
Roger, yeah. If it's an old Benina, he might be helpful.
No, it's not an old Benina. It's another machine. And then you get your vegetables from the village.
That's it.
Okay. Her name's Lorraine, by the way.
Oh, what? Is she nice?
Very nice.
Was she walking the dog?
No. As soon as the isolation hit, her husband's still in Hertfordshire with the dog.
Oh no!
And she's here.
Aww.
Yeah. So.
Everyone's saying hi to you, by the way.
Hello.
Thought you had a box there for me. I was like, it's Sunday. How on earth has there been
What
a
am I
delivery?
doing?
Oh yeah, he's gardening. Go away. Oh no.
Yeah.
Mucky pup.
Sorry?
Mucky pup.
Hot?
Pup.
Pup.
Mucky pup.
You're a mucky pup.
Put your
I'm
hearing
behind
aids
the
in.
times, you know.
Put your hearing aids in. Right, so I need to overlook the top edge of the front and back of this now. Where did we get to? Christine says, my plan today is to finish the 6696. Very nice. What fabric are you using, Christine? Nia's making one of those at the moment as well.
Oh, with your sew along.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Apparently so. Because I've traced out the pattern for her, so she didn't need to do that. But I don't think she has the instructions either.
No.
So yeah. So she's kind of following along blindly with me with no pattern instructions. So we'll see how that turns out. Carol says, thank you for the thank you. I thought you'd like it. It makes things so neat. It does indeed. It does indeed. I really like it. I think you guys are going to like it as well. A lot of you probably know about it already, but yeah, so it's in tomorrow's tutorial or tomorrow's sew along, and I'm going to do a standalone tutorial with it as well, because it's one of those techniques that I've not heard of before, and I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me, but it just gives you a beautiful finish for lighter weight fabrics. Sarah says, only 5 mil. You've got champagne taste. Yes, I have. I don't know if I've told you, I think I've told you guys this story before, but the reason I have expensive taste is when I was born, my dad borrowed a Rolls Royce from someone to come and pick me up from the hospital. So for the very first 20 minutes of my life, I thought I was very fancy. Yeah. They borrowed a Rolls Royce from someone and gave them, what were you driving at the time? They swapped cars, didn't they?
Renault 504.
Renault 504. So yeah, swapped a Rolls Royce for a Renault. And apparently we'll mum out to come, your husband's come to collect you, and this like, that's not my car.
Yeah, that's not my husband. Oh,
Apparently it is. Where'd that come from?
house.
shopping while I've been.
So technically, it's mum and dad's fault. Rachel says, I'm putting my first Doris dress together today, but I got to get ready for work at 1, helping them out in out of hours for a few hours this afternoon. That was a lot of hours. But that's I'm excited to see how your Doris goes, Rachel, because I really want to make that one. I'm trying to be good this month, and I know I've made an Eve dress, but I'm trying to stick to my thing of making tops. I haven't been very prolific this week. I've spent 2 days asleep all day because of this, and literally because I can't concentrate. And it was one of those ones where it was kind of like I need to not be concentrating on this. So for some reason, I can make myself sleepy. And literally, but then I slept all afternoon, came down for a lovely roast lamb dinner that mum cooked yesterday, and then went back up to my house and literally went to sleep again for the rest of the evening. And I woke up this morning at 8 o'clock. Wow. So I didn't struggle to sleep at all.
That's good.
So yeah, I clearly needed it, but there's got to be better ways of dealing with this. But I mean, it got to the point where I was actually starting to consider taking the medication they've given me again, the anticonvulsants. But I remember it just made me fuzzy and sleepy, and I was still in pain. And I can manage to sleep through this at the moment. So it was, yeah. It seems. So I got a letter from them the other day. They've moved my appointment again from the 4th of May to the 24th of August, which is not great, but I do understand why. I do get it, but it also sucks ass. So I really can't tell if there's a right side or a wrong side to this fabric. But I mean, if I can't tell inspecting it this closely, then I don't think anyone else is going to be able to tell either. Right. So I'm going to pin the shoulder seams together on this and 1/10, and then I can take it all over to the ironing board and get everything ironed. Where did I get to chat? Julie said hi to Dad. Christine said, oh, Rachel, a Doris dress. Can't wait to see it. I mean, me either. And I've got the fabric ready for my Doris dress. I just need to pull my finger out and actually get it done. And I know it looks beautiful because Athena has made the exact same dress in the exact same fabric. So I know it looks beautiful and I know it works. So like I said, I just need to pull my finger out and get it done. I shall be interested to see how yours comes out, Rachel. Okay. So those shoulders are pinned together. This is my scrap piece. Now I need to pin the wanted tea shoulders together and sew those. This is such a pretty colour. And this is going to go really well with the Shell Bouquet 8577 skirt that I've made and not worn yet. Which was the point of these pink ones, was to go with that. Where did we get to? Where did we get to with chat? Carol says, I could walk to Mood. Usually don't find good rayons at Mood or anywhere in the New York Garment Centre. I have no idea if these are good rayons. as in like, you know, nice textures and stuff, but the print is stunning. There's a couple of border prints. One is under the sea, a coral reef, and it's just stunning. And I have made something out of a fabric like that, but it was a quilting cotton, and I ended up donating it because it wasn't right for kind of the thing that I wanted it. It wasn't what I wanted it to be. But yeah, this is a rayon chally, and yeah, it's beautiful. And then the other one was a tropical palm, again border print, beach scene, and it was just like, oh, they're so pretty. And they do them in, they're predominantly blue, but they had one that was a turquoise colorway, and then one that's a royal, or like a royal blue colorway, and they're stunning. Sorry, allergies. Say again?
Sniffling.
Yes. It's all the pollen. Ugh. All of the pollen. Fun times. It's great that that's happening at this time. I mean, that all the stuff is happening at this time of the year, because the minute you go out and if you sneeze, then everybody looks at you like you've got the plague. It's like, no, it's allergies.
Honest.
Promise I'm fine. Apparently somebody's outside. So I'm going to do the weekly food shop for the family tomorrow. So the allergies need to bugger off by then, because I already got frowned at by some bloke at the shop. They've implemented a one-way system, and I'd completely forgotten something, so I had to go round again, but I couldn't go all the way around again because there was a huge queue for to pay to check out and pay for people with baskets, and so I obviously couldn't get close to them, so I went back on myself. And a chap walked past me, and he had like a woolen scarf over his face, so he's touching his face, and he was like, one-way system. So it was just like, dude, seriously. I actually asked one of the shop attendants if I could go back on myself, because I was just like, I've forgotten something. I'm really sorry. It's back on it. He's like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, I get it, but it wasn't like super busy that it was disturbing anyone. It was quite quiet when I went, but yeah, I got funny looks from him. So yay, fun times tomorrow to go food shopping again. Rachel says Fort Lauderdale. It's about 45 minutes north of Miami. Is that the close? Is that where you live, Rachel? We've been to Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah,
we have.
I didn't get off the ship at Fort Lauderdale. Mum did.
I went and saw alligators.
She did.
Or crocodiles.
No, alligators.
Okay.
Yes, alligators.
I held an alligator.
You did? You did? I have photos. This was when I was 18, so that's 22 years ago. And everybody in Key West thought we were Australian.
Yeah.
They were convinced we were Australian. It's like, no, definitely English. Andy's here. Hello, Andy. How are you? Thank you for the compliment on my top. It is the Sew Over at Ella in a knit fabric, because of course. Christine says, I believe it's a rayon, very light. I'm following your tutorial and we'll post in the groups. Oh, is that for the 6696? Did I get that right, Christine? It is, yes. Oh, I'm excited. I haven't made a 6696 in anything but a cotton, so I'm excited to see how the rayon comes out. How are you getting on with that? Yeah, I can imagine. I haven't made a shirt collar in a rayon yet, but I would like to. I want my white shirt to be a rayon, so that's going to be fun. Julie says, I bought bedding yesterday because the fabric is beautiful, but it would be nice as a garment, but also as bedding. And now I'm totally confused about what to use it for. I mean, was it reasonable enough that you could buy another set to have as a dress and then keep one as bedding? Yes, but I know what you mean. Oh gosh, I'm going to seriously butcher your name. I'm very sorry. Gutierrez Services. Hello from California. Hi. Please don't make me say your name again. I'm so sorry. Jackie's Cottage Life says, good morning, just woke up and I've got my first coffee. Hopefully soon I'll be actually awake. Good luck with that. Carrie says, jaw pain is totally exhausting. Yes, and it's constant as well. That's what I love. It's not one of those ones that comes and goes. It's just always there, which is thrilling.
Yeah.
Well, if I start getting negative about it, it'll get negative. So Jackie says, morning from Ontario in Canada. Love the top you're wearing. Oh, thank you. It's sparkly and shiny. That's yeah. My inner magpie is happy. Lottie's here. Hello. And Lynn's here from Swanage. Hi, Lynn. How are you, my lovely? Lottie says, husband had to go to work via our storage unit, so all my fabric has now been reunited with me here at home. Oh, Lottie, I'm so happy for you. Yay. Cecilia, I can relate on wanting to just sleep through it. I'm currently propped up on the couch trying not to move and breathe too deep, or my rolled rib lets me know and is capable of causing blinding agony. Oh, Cecilia, you poor thing. I shall endeavour to try not to make you laugh.
Yes.
Yeah, Danny says, right, off to walk the dog. We'll probably pop back in later. Bye-bye, everyone. Have fun with Gruff. Bethany C, hi, everyone. I am doing my 6th Victorian shirtwaist in navy and cream stripes. I'm really excited to see that, Bethany. Is it like the one that you wore to the meetup with the big poofy sleeves? I really like that. Julie says, I think I'll go and buy more at some point. I think that's the way forward, Julie. I do. Christine says 6696 is actually very nice. It falls so well. It falls very well so far. It's very soft and swooshy. Nice. Yeah, I can imagine that it would look really nice in rayon, and I really like the version that I did with the circle skirt on it. So I mean, I like the pleated skirt, and I can imagine that would look nice in rayon as well. But yeah, I'm kind of And she says she interfaced with lightweight interfacing. Michelle's here. Hi, Michelle. How early is it there, Michelle? Is it 7 a.m. or earlier? Carla's here. She says, I'm in Kansas. I love when you go live. It motivates me to get sewing. But first, coffee. Yes, if you're in Kansas, it's also very early. So coffee sounds like a good idea. Laurie's here as well. Morning, peeps. Hello, Laurie. And Dugale says, one cupboard done, and I found things I'd forgotten I even had. Awesome. Caroline says, I did that. I bought 2 IKEA Haskaloka sets. One is in pieces in the stash, and I'm debating what to do with the other. Lottie says, I claimed it was essential. It is essential for your mental well-being, Lottie. Definitely. Michelle says, have everyone remembered to like the hangout? Thank you, Michelle. And it's 6:43 a.m. Wow. We're 43 minutes in, and I've overlocked some edges and sewn 2 seams so far. Doing well. Right, let's see if my... Say again?
I've nearly completed 2 sets of geese.
Throw me your geese.
That's one lot. Oh.
No, throw it. Oh, she's coming.
Can't grab it. In progress.
In progress geese. And finished geese. Really cool. Oh, and my dress is coming in very handy.
Yeah, looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, can you bring your dragon over? Because she's pinned it. It's not finished.
What?
Yeah, that one. Because they all want to see.
It's got a little dragon on the back.
That's all right. I won't take it off the... I think the dress was donated to the cause in was right, wasn't it? Can you see the black around the corner there?
You probably can't see it. So
yeah, but there's a little black border as well.
Yeah.
That's going to end up being 1/2 inch wide, isn't it? Is that right?
Yeah, half an inch.
Yeah. Sure. This is why I don't get any work done, because I get distracted. Right, let's fingers crossed my zigzag stitch is going to behave today. Please.
Oh.
Or at least if it doesn't, then my lightning stitch is going to behave. Kind of both of them misbehaving at the same time. That would just not be fair. Nope. So let's try this one. Yeah, that one's fine. Isn't that weird? Because like I say, after the last live stream, I came back to sew the rest of the white tees and the grey tees, and no, the rest of the white tees and the palm leaf tee, and the lightning stitch, the tension was off, and the zigzag stitch, the tension was fine. So it's all very odd. I only have to sew one little bit with this. So it's fine. And then do it to the side, and then I can go and press everything. Right, get rid of all my extra threads because I don't need those. Lots of extra thread. Okay, and now we can press all those things that I've done, but I'm going to catch up with the comments. Where did we get to? Let's see. Nimaway says, hey everyone, fresh from lunch. I have tea and mass to sew. Mass? What are you sewing, Nimaway? Are you doing quilting again? I like the letters that you did last week. They looked awesome. Yeah, for any of you guys who aren't in the Peeps group, feel free to come and join. It's a lovely group, and we kind of share the sort of things that we've been up to during the live stream in the Peeps group afterwards, so that everyone can see what everyone was talking about, which is really nice. Hannah says, hello, it's 1:44 p.m. here in Sweden right now. Hello, Hannah. Thank you for joining us. Michelle says, love the Fine Geese blocks. Jackie says, a friend of mine needed interfacing and had to drive to Fabricland about 45 minutes away, and she was given a pickup window of 10:25 to 10:30, a 5-minute window to pick it all up. Wow! Did she make it? Cecilia says, everyone going through their cupboards makes me want to go through my fabric cupboards and just stroke and fold all the pretties. Yes. Yes, I actually did that the other night. I went through my pile of not natural fibers, so all of my different kind of poly crepes and things like that, and got them all out and rearranged them into color order and stroked them and stuff. It did make me feel better. It does, doesn't it? Wilhelmine says, made a fibre mood Norma blouse this week, 2 mock-ups, 1 good, 1 failure, and now I spend €100 on fabric to make more. Is that a thing, spending more when we have a good pattern? Yes, I think so. I think it's one of those things that when you find a pattern that you love and that you've perfected, then spending money on fabric to make that makes perfect sense to me. The Evelyn blouse that I showed you guys in the last vlog that I did, I don't think I did it justice, because the neckline, I bias bound the neckline, but I didn't remove the seam allowance, so it was a lot higher than the pattern envelope, which I have here. So yeah, if I'd removed the seam allowance, then the neckline would have been a lot lower, but I kind of liked it higher. But I do think for my next one, I am going to take the seam allowance off. The other thing as well, this pattern was graded with a 1 centimetre seam allowance, which Andre did remind me of, and it is written on the instructions, but I attempted to sew it with a French seam, so I did a 1/4 inch and a 1/4 inch, so I've done a 1/2 inch seam, which is just over the seam allowance, so it was a little closer fitting than it was meant to be. But when I'm gonna, because I need to fiddle with this, and so when I retrace it, I'm gonna add more seam allowance in, so that I've got a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance, so I can do my French seams the way I want to. And then finally, I traced, let's see, so I traced a size 14 bust and a size 8 waist. So that's 1, 2, 3 hole sizes different, or 4 hole sizes different. So I wasn't surprised that it was difficult to get on and off. And that's why I am going to make it more boxy and then put in a channeling for 1 inch elastic to go around the waist, because I think that's going to make it obviously easier to get in and out of. That was my only issue, was getting it over the waistline over my boobs, because they're a lot bigger than my waist, same as my butt. So yeah, that was my issue with the Evelyn, and that was a wearable muslin, and it did exactly what I needed it to do. It told me all those things. So I am going to make another wearable, and I don't think it's going to be a muslin, I think it's going to be a wearable top, but I'm going to make another one of those before I move on to the super expensive silk, just so that I have perfected it and I know that it's going to look the way I want it to before I cut into that £35 metre silk, because I don't want to have to replace that. I don't think I can replace that either. I don't think they have any more of that one. So yes. Where did we get to? Christine says, oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. I love the dragon, it's so beautiful, from Julie. Michelle says, beautiful dragon block. Nimoy says, the dragon quilt will be amazing. Jackie says, wow, that's gorgeous. Dee says, dragon panels are awesome, can't wait to see it when it's completed. Cecilia says, that's gorgeous, and dragons are my favourite. Rachel says, how many are on? At the moment, 87. Rachel says, the dragon is gorgeous. I'd love to see one of Ruth. Ooh, that would be very cool. Although it'd be quite difficult to do, I think. Ruth is an albino dragon, so white with red eyes. Ooh. But he would be a quite difficult one to actually make pop, wouldn't it?
You'd have to put him, well, against the red sun.
Yeah, but like thread painting him so that he maintained white. Yeah. It would be a lot of kind of creams and stuff, wouldn't it, to get the shading and things. Yeah. But he'd be an interesting challenge. Yeah, he would. Yes, he's a lot smaller than the other dragons as well. Forgotten about Ruth. Thank you for reminding me. I need to reread those Anne McCaffrey books.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I wonder if they're on
They are. Not all of them, but some of them. Audible. Sorry, we're finishing each other's sentences before you actually say what the thing is. It's like we've known each other for all of our lives. Cornell's here. Hi everyone, just got back from delivering food to my brother and his family as he is classed as vulnerable. Now going to stash, bust my jersey scraps and make lots of Stevie knickers. Ooh, good luck.
Lots of
Stevie knickers.
Ooh.
Sal says, love dragons. Nimoy says, I'm sewing masks today. The K must have gotten lost. Maybe I'll get to more paper piecing later. How did you lose the K? Oh, sorry. Allergies. Roseanne says, good morning. It's a bit overcast today, but a lovely breeze. Hi from Guyana. I'm paper crafting again. I do have some t-shirts to try, but maybe later. Nice. What are you paper crafting? I haven't done that for ages. Mum rang me the other day when I was asleep on the sofa and said, are you paper crafting up there? And it's like, no. that takes far too much brain power. No. But I've got all the stuff. I really ought to try something again. I've got some books that I've made and you just need matting, so I probably ought to try that. But then I don't know what to do with them afterwards because we don't print photos anymore, do we? So like I made a beautiful book for down here, but it doesn't really get used because we just don't put photos in it. I might try taking that one to pieces and making it a bit smaller, making it into 2 books or something.
That because it's very big.
It is very big. Yes. It's got a 6-inch spine.
Oh, it's fabulous.
I got carried away.
It's fabulous.
But yeah.
It's got stuff in it waiting to go in it.
Yeah. We just never do it, do we? Oh, I brought down the bits and pieces you asked for yesterday.
What's that?
The foot masks and foot
cream. Oh,
and
right,
stuff.
lovely.
Where did we get to? Jackie says, yes, she did make it. Some sewing supplies are getting hard to find here right now. Yeah, I can imagine. I read somewhere that apparently some sewing shops, fabric shops, are actually running out of fabric because they're not getting any new deliveries, and you guys are buying it all. So, yes, I think we're quite lucky in the UK, is that although I guess it's not classed as an essential thing, is something that the government are encouraging people to do safely, is to keep their online shops open if they can do so and maintain a healthy working environment for their staff, social distancing and cleaning and things like that. So a lot of our fabric shops are staying open and still sending orders. So I think we're quite lucky in that. Shoreline Crafter is here. Hey everyone. Hello my lovely. How are you? Nancy says hi Melanie. To Shoreline Crafter. It's Melanie by the way. From New Zealand. And Dee says, off topic, but I've just found my hoard of baby knitting patterns. Do mums still have hand knitted things for babies, toddlers, or shall I just recycle? Ooh, don't know. Does anyone want any baby knitting patterns? Let us know. We could do a little swap. Melanie says hi to Nancy. Michelle says 3 loaves of sour bread done. Nice.
Oh, well done.
Nancy says you're on fire this morning, Michelle. And Michelle says, I so need to know who the mama is following for hers on YouTube. Jack. Bake with Jack.
Yeah, he's
English. She likes him.
Definitely the best.
Yeah, she didn't like the American she found. I found him very annoying and he led her down the wrong path.
He did.
Jack's
very exact. He tells you what to do, when and how.
Yes, and the bread's good. Caroline says, first 3 Harper Hall books are on Audible. Hubs is listening to them again at the moment. Oh, nice. I can't remember which one. I think my Nana gave me First Fall to listen to, or to read first, which was how they got to Pern, how Pern happened. And it wasn't the first one written, but it was, Nana thought it was the one to start me off with, which was good. But then it kind of, I kind of would have liked to have read them in chronological order, as in from the date they were published. But then it's the same with like Star Wars, isn't it? That there are prequels and sequels and things. So, and that's the same with the Pern books. I wonder if there is a kind of an order to read them in. Claire is here. Hi Claire, how are you, my lovely? Gillian, making 2 pairs of scrubs at a time. Just managed to sew 2 fronts together. Oh no. Michelle says, yes, you should paper craft, then give them away as gifts. I still print photos just to put in my books. Have you matted the book that I sent you, Michelle, which was ages ago? No worries if you haven't, no pressure. But yeah, have you done anything with that one? Julie says only 3 is translated to Danish. The one with the first with Melanie, the one where she is half in the Hall of Music, and the one with Jaime goes to the southern continent. Oh, okay. Melanie says, I'm good. Delaying going to bed. It's just about midnight here. I was going to say, it's quite late where you are. I'm very glad you came to say hi, though. Michelle says, yes, Moda has not been shipping fabric at their normal rate for the last 3 weeks. Been waiting on a certain fabric for 3 months now. Oh, wow. Julie says, annoying YouTubers are the worst, even if their information is good. I'm sure that guy isn't annoying. I think I came in at the wrong point, and he was just like, you know, the thing with sourdough is you never know if it's going to work out, and you know, how it's going to turn out and all the rest of it, and you know, being very kind of self-deprecating, or you know, and then hit his one out and went, yeah, no, this isn't well, actually, no, look at that crumb, this is fabulous. And it was just like, oh, you annoying sod. Jackie said to Melanie, where are you? She's in New Zealand, but I don't know exactly whereabouts. Roseanne says, I'm finishing up the Eid cards for a friend. Ramadan just started, but with the post being slower, I figured I should get it done early for her. We are posting from South America. Yeah. Michelle says, thanks, Nancy, been up for a while. Have a load of laundry in and getting ready to load the dishwasher. That was my day yesterday. I did all my laundry, put my dishwasher on twice actually, because I'd done some batch cooking, and then slept. And ate roast dinner in the evening and then slept. Fabulous day. Melanie says to Jackie, I'm in Christchurch in New Zealand. Caroline says, I was bought Dragonflight and Dragon Quest for my 10th birthday. Oh, nice. Claire says, I'm good, thanks. How are you getting on with lockdown? We're doing all right. There's, as you know, Claire, you've been in our front garden. There are worse places in the world that we could be locked down. Yeah, I think we're quite lucky. I feel so sorry for Paul Wilson, who's stuck in his studio flat in central, zone 2 of London, without a park near him. So, yeah. I mean, I'm so lucky that I have like 2 houses to go between as well, so at least a change of scenery. He is just stuck in that room. Poor boy. Rachel says, did you read the latest one by her daughter? It wasn't my favourite. I actually haven't read any of the ones that she hasn't written. So I haven't read a Pern book for a long time, actually. Michelle says, Sian, I've not found the right paper yet. I saw some paper, but it had UK maker. Then when went to buy it, it has been on back order. Lol. Sleep is always nice. Julie says, how is he doing? Claire says, yes, if you can get outside, it's good. Yeah. I think Wilson's doing all right. He has Skyrim versus Elder Scrolls to play. So, you know, he's got a good sort of 150, 200 hours of gameplay there, which should see him through, although the rate he's playing it. He's doing all the side quests. Like all of the side quests, but I think he is going a little bit stir crazy, and he's just not used to not seeing anyone. I think that's what's driving him the most nuts, is not being able to do the things that he usually wants to do. So he's playing a lot of guitar and a lot of games, and yeah, that's about it. Right, let's turn you around and do some ironing. Yeah, we're not going to see each other for my birthday, which is sad. But he has promised to take me out for dinner when we're allowed. He's to take me for a steak dinner, which is going to be very nice. We're going to go back to that place, the steak company, if it's still around and open and working. And I am looking forward to it. It's that place that you and I and Valerie went, Mum.
Yeah, it was lovely, wasn't
it?
I'd like to go there again.
He likes that one. And actually, for 2 steak dinners, a dessert, and a good bottle of Malbec, it was 80 quid for the 2 of us.
Yeah, it's not. It's
for
not
London. That wasn't
bad.
Ridiculously expensive, I thought, because some of them can be very, very expensive.
There we are.
She's got teeth. Is that going to go onto one of the little dragons?
Yeah.
Right. I've got 5 t-shirts to sew today. Let's hope I can get them done. Well, I only managed 3 last week. You can see why though. It's all the chat.
Oh yeah. No, that's good. That's good. That's going to look all right. I think it's another strip. Yeah, it's just about right. 3 strips is one side. Very good.
So you just got to make how many more strips?
And I've got to do a corner. So it's 4 of them. So it's 3 per side. So 16 sides times 3.
Well, I would have done 12 times 4.
Oh, right.
I'm trying to make my life a bit.
I've got to do 48 strips.
48 geese. Have you got enough fabric for that?
I don't know. Let's see.
Mum went. Doughties came to the island just before all this happened, all the lockdown happened, and Mum went shopping for bits for this quilt, didn't you?
Yeah.
Think you maybe regretting not buying more?
Hopefully not. Right, I'm going to go have lunch.
Oh,
None for you.
none for me.
None for you.
I brought my soup down.
Oh, did you?
I did. I was hopeful that somebody would feed me.
When do you want it?
I'm quite hungry now, actually.
Are you?
Now that you've said lunch.
What do you do? Just put it in the microwave?
2 minutes in the crack the lid. 2 minutes in the microwave. Stir it. 2 more minutes in the microwave. It's done.
Do you want anything with it?
Is there any bread?
Yeah.
There's some bread and marmite, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. She's making me lunch. Okay. Just pressing all the bits. I think I might need to put some water in this iron. And it is pressing, but I think it's empty. Do we have any water? We do. There we go. It was completely empty, which was why there was no steam. I did wonder. I think it's pressed, but I'm just gonna. That's better. 1. 2 sleeves. The wanted tee doesn't have a front or a back to the sleeve. It just has a centre mark. The sleeve cap is the same both sides, which confused me to begin with. A big pile. The gable tee, however, does have a right and wrong side, so I need to make sure that I press these so that I have a mirrored pair, not 2 exactly the same. That's right. I have actually bought some chocolate biscuits in for sustenance as well, so I won't die of starvation, which is nice. This is a little bit creased. Let's give that a press. Right. Collar, and oh, not collar, neckband. Words are hard. Does anyone else watch Evan and Caitlin? They do a lot of stuff with resin, which is how I kind of came across them. But I love their channel, and they're so funny together. Okay, everything's pressed, so let's go around again. And I'm going to catch up with the comments, and I'm going to try seeing some more sewing. Where did I get to? Noelia's here. Hello, my lovely. Michelle says, why does Wilson not come stay with you for a couple of weeks? I have invited him, but the thing is, if he came, I'd need to come down here and live here for 2 weeks, and he'd have to be quarantined up there for 2 weeks. I mean, he's been quarantined for 7 weeks now, but you never know what might happen on the journey down. And if he comes, then he would have to come for the foreseeable future. It wouldn't be like we could come for a couple of weeks and then go back up for a couple of weeks and then come down again. That's not how this lockdown is working. If he comes down here, he's basically moving in here. And if we had an end date, if it was, you know, this 3 weeks that we've been given, that was it, then he would. But I do agree with him. Being separated from all of your stuff for a long period of time without knowing when you get to go back to it, I would struggle with that. Obviously, I can't go to him because it's a studio apartment, so we'd end up murdering each other. And then there's nothing for me to do up there, right? You know, I'd effectively be stopping work, and I don't want to do that because I can still work. And yeah, also, I mean, I can understand him not wanting to leave his apartment with all of his expensive guitars in there, because he has a lot of guitars and there's a lot of money tied up in those, and you never know what would happen if a building looks to be vacant for a while. So there's lots of reasons why he isn't coming, but he has been invited, and we did try and work out a way of doing it safely. But if he comes, then he's coming for the rest of lockdown, so I can understand not wanting to do that. I wouldn't want to be separated from my stuff for that long a period of time either, or for an unknown period of time. So I do get it. We're still talking every day, and you know, making the best of it that we can. But I don't know. I think if it gets to the point where his apartment gets, because he's on the top floor as well, so his apartment does get very hot in the summer. And if this is going on for a long period of time, he might come down, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see, where did I get to? Inessa's here. Good morning, Sean and Jane and everyone. Hello, Inessa. Good morning. And Nimue says, I'm back at work as of this week. Unusual shifts and tasks, but I'm enjoying it. Just a bit of an adjustment. No patrons inside the library yet, though. That's interesting. I'm glad that you're getting to go back to work, though, Nimue. That's good. Noelia says, hi, Jane. I lost track of time practicing buttonholes with my vintage automatic buttonholer, and I missed the first hour. That's all right. Don't worry. We'll be here for a while yet. Melanie says, what patterns are you sewing today, Sian? So I'm working on 2 gables and 3 wanted tees. So yeah, just more of the same. But it was my marathon cutting out session last Saturday. So I had the rest of those to get through. And Michelle says, I'm going to work out my churn dash quilt with a shabby chic cottage style. Ooh, nice. Ooh, I think the soup. Lunch on dessert. Thank you very much. Do you want to put it on here, and I'll bring it down.
You can manage.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
Thanks very much. Mum made me soup.
Yeah.
There was more hope of me getting it today if I asked Mum to do it than if Dad did it. So here we are for the mukbang portion of the video, of the hangout. I'm going to let that cool down a bit because it's usually molten. Where did we get to? Julie says, I've been very productive this week. Undershirts for my boy, summer sleepwear for me, shorts and a cami, and there is more, but I can't remember right now. That is very productive, way more productive than me. I think I've sent the Evelyn and the t-shirts, and then more t-shirts today. Yeah, April's lookbook video is going to be, look at all my wearable muslin fails. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Thankfully, there is the Eve dress and the kitty top, and I think the Evelyn sort of worked. Patricia says, good morning from CT. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Louise says, hi, Sean. Hello, Peeps. Just popping in whilst I cook lunch. Hope everyone is safe and well. Hi, Louise. Nice to see you. And Julie says, and I filmed none of it. Yeah, I know that feeling. Rachel says, right, bodice is finished, but I need to get ready for work now. Enjoy the rest of the hangout, Peeps. See you all later. Nice to see you, Rachel. Thank you for hanging out. Caroline says, hi Peeps, love your top, Sean. Cutting out fabric for face masks, awesome. Laurie says, the iron sounds like your mum when she had chocolate she didn't like. Bleh, bleh. And Patricia says, pretty top. Joanne says, yes, with the supervisor. Yeah, I love their supervisor. Oh, Jube, that's what she's called, isn't it? Julie says, I've been listening to the Love to Sew podcast all day yesterday. Nice. Patricia says, what iron do you have? It is a Philips Perfection Power Life Optimal Temp. Hoppy Lil Hobson, I love your wrap top. Is there by any chance a pattern for it? It is the Ella blouse from Sew Over It, and I have done it in a knit fabric instead of a woven and added cuffs to it. Sam Winchester says hello. Hello, Sam Winchester. You're not one of the Winchester brothers, are you? Supernatural fan, anyone? Sorry. Shaz says, hi all, hope you're well. Putting together Gertie's Rita blouse today. Ooh, nice. That was one of the ones I wanted to get to this month and have not. I've got a giant pile of ones that I wanted to get to and have just not managed to this month. Michelle says, okay, yes, that would be very hard. I completely understand. I think that was about Wilson. Cecilia said, it would be so hard to be separated for so long. I'm sorry for you both. Gutierrez Services says, you did a great job on my last name and the name of my business. My first name is Joan. Sorry about that. Thank you, Joan. I can do that one. I'm glad I didn't massacre the name, though. Alex is here. Hello, Peeps and Sean. Hi, Alex. Eileen is here as well. Hi, Sean and all. Just popped in. I've been making panties this morning with some jersey offcuts. Just stopped for lunch and thought I would say hello. Thank you for joining us, Eileen. It's nice to have you. Alex says, my cat got stuck up the neighbour's tree and we had to rescue him, so I'm late again. Oh, was it Ulysses? I hope I got that right. Sal says, it was my oldest son's birthday yesterday and I couldn't take him anywhere, so I got the voice of Batman to say happy birthday to him as a present. Oh, bless. And Anessa says hi to Alex. Yeah, Alex, just to let you know, I didn't get the email yet. Don't worry about it today. I'm not overly bothered about this weekend's offer, but I just wanted to let you know. And she says, of course, it was Ulysses. Well done, Sean. He's living up to his name there, isn't he? Sorry. Sorry. Making a giant mess. Alex says she'll email them. Thank you, Alex. No rush, though. No rush at all. You weren't here for it, but I can't actually order on Sherwood Fabrics at the moment. They won't let me put anything in my basket. The website's just being really weird with me. Everyone says I've been blacklisted. Feeling crafty, big hello from Cork in Ireland. Hello, welcome. My dad's family is from Cork in Ireland. Julie says, oh yes, I made a pencil skirt for work. Very nice, Julie. You have been very prolific. Sal says, I'm making my way through season 13 of Supernatural and found out that I was born the same year as Jared Padalecki. Ah, very cool. Feeling Crafty says, making tons of masks as we speak. I'm in great company. Thanks. You're very welcome. Thank you for joining us. Yummy, yummy, yummy. I've got tomato and basil today, again. Eileen says, Sherwood's website is a bit temperamental. Yes. Yes. I ended up having to place an order over the phone the other day, which was fun. But that's why, you missed that bit of the conversation, Eileen. That's how they've ended up joining the Peeps group, because I was chatting to the gentleman I was talking to on the phone about the channel and the group and stuff, and he was just like, oh, okay. So I thought I might as well cut out the middleman and just have them put the offers up directly on the page, because one of us always puts them up anyway. Feeling Crafty says, oh, I never knew that about your dad. I'm originally from Poland, but met an Irish boy and now I'm stuck. Lol. Alex, yeah, Alex is the same. Alex is from Poland, but has ended up in the UK. Yeah, dad's half Irish, half English, and mum's half Australian, half Welsh. So it means I do really well with the cricket. I can support whoever's winning. And the rugby. Because my mum's brother lives in New Zealand and is a New Zealander now. Because he's lived there for over 50 years. And my cousins all have dual nationality. So that's another. And then obviously Australia, we can support them if they win the rugby. And I actually married a South African, so at one point, there was that added into the mix. Eileen says, oh, I didn't know that. I've not been on Facebook for a few days. We'll go have a look now. Though it's a few days from payday and I'm trying to be good. The offer this week is 2 meters of selected fabrics if you spend over £50, and you get 2 meters for every £50 increment that you spend at Eileen. But they've picked there's 12 fabrics that they've picked themselves and put up on the site. They're all Lady McElroy prints, but there's only one that I really like. But I'm not fussed that I'm not going to get it this weekend, because I'm hoping they're going to do a different offer next weekend. And I like that they do different offers all the time. It keeps it interesting. Caroline says, I've had a lovely photo of 4 nurses wearing the scrub gowns I managed to make. Oh, that's wonderful. And Feeling Crafty said to Alex, I kind of knew that about you, Alex. And Jackie says, what part of Wales is your mum's family from? Pembrokeshire. Pembrokeshire. They used to own breweries. They were quite a wealthy family. I loved my granddad to pieces, but he did marry for money. He was in the Australian Air Force and flew Sunderland's flying boats during the Second World War. And there's actually footage of him. He's one of the only people who has ever landed a Sunderland on land and survived. He was towing a U-boat, and it ripped out the undercarriage of his plane. So he could either land it on water and it would sink, or he could land it on land and hope that it would survive enough to be repaired. But there is actual footage, because they were filming it because they didn't expect him to be able to actually land it on land and survive. But there's actual footage of that landing on YouTube. And I met a random cousin from the comments through that, because as I say, my granddad's Australian and has quite a large family, so I actually have more relatives in Australia than I do in the UK, which bodes well if I ever want to apply for an ancestral visa, because you need to prove that you have more family in Australia than you do outside of Australia, and they will give you a visa for that. So, I'm not sure if it counts if you don't know any of them, though. Michelle says, hello Alex, hope all is well and you're being crafty. Saw a new video up. I'm going to catch up on all the posts today of everyone I follow. I've been busy sewing, cooking, gardening and anything else. Nimue says, now that we get all the Sherwood offers directly, I checked and they have the Lady McElroy print I fell in love with, so I'll brave the international shipping when the right offer comes along. Oh, awesome. Heather says, what pattern is the top you're wearing? I need to put a little sign up in the background, don't I? It's the Sew Over Ella, made with a knit fabric and with cuffs added. Jackie says, your paternal grandmother was from my paternal grandmother was from South Wales, spoke Welsh and had a lovely sing-song Welsh accent. Granny had a very, very proper English accent. She didn't have a Welsh accent at all. I don't know if she spoke Welsh or not, actually. Michelle says, I'm so in love with Lady McElroy fabrics. Sal says, so chances are I've met a relative of yours. Yeah, they're like bunnies. They're all over Australia. Alex says to Michelle, hello, my lovely. I'm so weird. I don't like tomatoes at all. I really don't. Like an actual tomato biting into that, I can't. But I love tomato soup and tomato sauce. Like I know I'm weird. Feeling Crafty says, and which do you prefer, Alex? I'm Johanna and hate being called Aisha, so I stick with Johanna, which is handy where I live. Oh gosh, we're getting into Polish names. I'm going to stop now. Because yeah, it could all go wrong. Yummy breads too. Although this one's easier to tear into because Dad cuts doorstops, Mum does not. Louise says, what day is Sherwood Fabrics offers on, please? I think the one that's on at the moment finishes tonight. But they do midweek ones, but they tend to be weekend offers. So this week's offer is, if you spend £50 or more, there is 12 fabrics to choose from, 12 Lady McElroy fabrics to choose from. And if you go to the remnants section, they're right at the bottom, and you can have 2 meters of any of those for every £50 you spend. So if you spent 150, you can get 6 meters of the free fabric, as it were. Should work for them, really, shouldn't I? They should at least give me commission. Feeling Crafty says, sorry, stopping the Polish chat now. No, please don't feel free to do it. I'm terrible at pronunciation, so I probably won't read those comments out, but please feel free to carry on. It's not a problem at all. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you stop. Michelle says, my proper name is Omar, but I go by my middle name, Michelle. All my great-grandmothers were named Omar. Mum's actual name isn't Jane. That's her middle name. It was a family tradition for some reason. Like my grandmother's name was Pamela Mifanwi, but she went by Mifanwi, and mum's name is Margaret Jane, but she goes by Jane. So technically I should be Elizabeth. Eileen says, I'm exactly the same about tomatoes. Can't eat raw ones, but do like them cooked. We're all strange in our own ways, I guess. Yeah. See, I can't eat a cooked tomato when it's a whole thing. I don't like that either. But if it doesn't look like a tomato anymore, then it's wonderful. Very odd. We are all strange in our own ways, Eileen. You are totally right. Alex says to Feeling Crafty, I like Alex. I have only been called Alexandra when I've been naughty. Well, a lot of the time. I also have been called Sasha by my Russian family. I like Johanna. Eileen's asked Michelle where the name Oma come from. And Julie says, you're more of a Sean than an Elizabeth. Oh yeah, definitely. I would have been a Beth as well. If Elizabeth had been my name, I think I would have liked Beth. Feeling Crafty says it's a family tradition in Ireland too. I have a funny story about that. Oh, interesting. And I think I've told you guys this before. My best friend, Tati, actually has 7 first names because they couldn't work out what to call her, so they called her all the names they wanted to call her. So her passport's fun. And Natasha is actually the last of her first names. That's really good. Michelle says to Eileen, it's German, it means grandmother. Ah. Noelia says, my first name is Maria. Noelia is my middle name. Maria is the name that a lot of women in Spain that are my age and older have Maria in their name. Okay. This is really interesting. Lynn says, yeah, middle name as your proper name is definitely a thing in Ireland. My middle name is Lynn. Oh, now Lynn. Now, Lynn, I need to know what your proper first name is. If you don't mind telling us. Feeling Crafty says, when we went to Poland to get our marriage license, we had to go through our birth certificates in front of the official in the registry office. When they asked me about my in-laws' names, I got both wrong. Bethany says, my middle name is Devon, said like the county. It would have been my first name, but I was born in Plymouth, Devon, so my parents changed their minds. If I was a boy, I would have been Wilson. Oh, awesome. Bethany says, but they called the dog that instead. That's brilliant. Wilson has an unusual first name, which I really like. His middle names, though, is Heng Kim, which means rainbow over a river or something. It's Chinese. So, yeah. His passport's also hilarious. Heng Kim is Kheng. Wow. Yeah, well, him and his brothers are all kind of some kind of rainbow over rivers. Hengs, yeah. Julia's here. Hi. Hi, Julia. Nimoy says, people with double names get to choose. I'm just Stephanie, so I had to make up another one. I think I've told you guys this before, but I was almost called my family. No. Feeling Crafty says, apparently only my husband is called by his first name. It was expensive discovery as I booked my in-laws' flights. Oh, no. I've done that with mum once. I've actually booked a flight in the name Jane, and it was just like, I used to be a travel agent. I know that it has to be the name as it appears on the passport, and I've known her for 40 years. It was like, really? So yeah, I had to sort that one out. Sal says, Alex, Alex could call you Lex, like Lex Luthor. You could. Cecilia says, when I hear the name Elizabeth, I think of Jane Austen's character by that name, and if I could have chosen mine, that's what I'd want. Thanks. Her nickname was Lizzie, wasn't it? Noelia says it's a Catholic thing. Duvalier says, okay, I can officially confirm that I'm a hoarder. Just threw out 10 empty shoeboxes. Can't even explain why I've kept it. Leslie says, my daughter is Sian Elizabeth. She had a friend with 2 middle names, and when she was young, so she used to say her name was Sian Elizabeth. Ah, but fabulous taste in names, Leslie. Julie says, oh no, not Beth. That's so Beetle Bailey. I don't know what Beetle Bailey is, but I liked Beth. Caroline says, my parents were certain I was going to be a boy and chose Richard for me. Huh. Well, Caroline is a very lovely name. One of my cousins is called Caroline. Alex says to Sal, Duralex, said Lex, my friends think my name is good for a solicitor. And Alex says, I'm not a solicitor, by the way. Lynn says, it's Dorothy, which I hated for years, but love now. If it was good enough for Jane Russell's character in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, it's good enough for me. Totally, totally, Lynn. Thank you for sharing that with us. I totally had a story pop into my head and it's completely literally just gone. That's not good, is it? What was it about? Oh, so Nancy, if you're still here, you know you sent me the Victory Patterns Ulysses trench coat kit a couple of years ago, which I have made and I love. When that arrived, I was up at Nia's house because it went to my manager's office. So I met him for dinner and he brought it over for me. And I walked into the front room and Nia's mum was there, who was called Jo. And you know, I've only never known her as Jo. So I walked in with this parcel and I said, look what Nancy's bought me. And Jo looked at me and went, what? And I was like, yeah, look what Nancy's bought for me. And she went, I haven't bought you anything. And I was like, what? And it turns out that Nia's mum's real name is Nancy, but she'd read Little Women and loved the character Jo so much that she refused to answer to anything else. So yeah, I thought that was lovely. That was what that story reminded me of. But yes, so that was quite funny, and I had to explain to her. It's like, no, Nancy from Canada. Eileen's here. Good morning from Chicago. Has anyone been in Gatenby in England? I've never even heard of it. Alex says, that's really interesting conversation about the names, isn't it? It's really interesting. And Julie says, my full name is, and then you can read it here. And I'm not even going to try and pronounce the rest of your name, Julie, because I will get it horribly wrong. Alex says, but I have to use my hour of exercise soon. You're going to walk the puppies. I think Mum's about to walk the dog now as well. Louise says, my first name is Andrea, but I use my middle name, Louise. Apparently, my auntie didn't like my first name and refused to use it. Wow. Okay. Oh, Wilson's younger brother has just had their second child. I mean, she's probably a month old now. And they've called her Lyra, which is beautiful. And the oldest child is called Thea. I wanted to ask if she was a Philip Pullman fan. Rachel says, my daughter's name is Eleanor. She goes by Ella. And of course, we have a lot of other nice names for her. Els, Bells, Ella Bella, and so on. Her nickname has nicknames, yeah. Juan Solo says, give number. I'm from Chicago. Okay. Michelle says, my middle name is Michelle. Was gotten from the Beatles songs, My Michelle. Ah, nice. Sal says, when I hear the name Dorothy, I think of Wizard of Oz, Dorothy Gale. Dorothy Gale, and then also Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, definitely. Leslie says, I want to have a name that couldn't be shortened, so I chose Sian as my middle name is Jane. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's where Mum and Dad got Sian from as well, because it's the English or the Welsh version of Jane. And I kind of like that my name can't be shortened, but I absolutely loathe it when people add a Y onto it. I loathe that. I really do. So if you ever want to irritate me, that's how to do it. Yeah, that really annoys me. I think it was just because my name was so difficult for people to pronounce when I was growing up that if people know how to say it, it really irritated me when they changed it, if they knew how to say it correctly. So yeah. Kathy says, good morning, what are you making today? I'm making gables and wanted teas. Michelle says, Alex, where will you walk for your hour of exercise? Laurie says, I refuse to use my middle name as I couldn't spell it when I was small. All of my siblings have 4-letter first names, so we wouldn't have a complex trying to spell them. And Julie says, I'd like to hear you try, though. It's not going to happen, Julie. Because it will go horribly wrong. Nicola M says, my daughter's name is Elida, pronounced like Haley without the H. Ailey. Oh, okay. Ailey. Wow. And her middle name is the same as mine. And only afterwards we realised that said together it sounds like alien. Alien. Oh yeah. Dana's here. Got my name because the ship that rescued my father during the Vietnam War was called the Sea Speed Dana. Oh, that's wonderful. Nancy says, excuse me, that's the lovely Nancy, hence the confusion. You're right, Nancy, that was the problem. It was just so weird when she looked at me like, and I was just like, your name's Jo. She's like, nope, not really. So again, I'm glad I don't have to book flights for her ever. Really ought to finish my soup rather than talking because it's getting cold. Because I'm chatting so much, but I am enjoying it. Caroline says, my niece is Gabriella, and she's also called Hell's Bells, especially as she's a karate champion. Oh, cool. Julie says, when I was a kid, I swapped with a girl in a video shop for a while. Her name was Ninia. Oh, that's nice. Julie Goodwill says, my daughter is called Faye, and we nicknamed her Fufu after the book The Little Rabbit Fufu. We do not use it now as she's grown up and realizes it's used for other things. Yeah. Alex says, okay, I'll love you and leave you for a bit. Hopefully I'll catch you later too. I'm sure you will, Alex. I'm going to be here for a while. She loves the conversation though. Thank you. It's very nice of you to join us. Roseanne says the names, my little one is Ella, and we have all of those names, Ella Bella. I think I've told you guys this before, but if I ever did have a daughter, it would be Ariadne, because I just love that name. If I had a son, it would be Mordecai, which is another reason that I should never have children, because they would have a nightmare growing up with those. It would be Kai for sure, although Wilson's older brother, his son's called Kai, so I don't think I'd be allowed that. Sal says, I was going to be called Damien, but because of the movie The Omen, it was decided best not to, lol. And Julie says Nina, not Ninia. Ninia's nice though. Leslie says, yes, we heard that lots of people didn't know how to pronounce Sian when she was born. Even my mum had trouble, bless her. She said, how will I remember that, lol? I think I've been called lots of things over the years, but Stan was my favourite. So yeah. Roseanne says, my big girl is Rhea and my middle name is Genevieve, and I couldn't spell it. I love Genevieve. That's a beautiful name. So is Rhea, if I've said that right. Rhea. Julie says, my daughter is Liv, which can translate to life. That's nice. Nimue says, when I was teaching, I'd always pronounce names I didn't know purposefully badly to provide students to teach me the proper way. I hate when people just accept mispronunciation by careless people. Yeah. Caroline said, my son would have been Rhiannon had he been a girl, although Ariadne was on the list. Oh, nice. My niece is called Rhiannon. Nicola says Stan, ha ha ha. Yeah, because there's a circumflex over my A, but for the longest time we thought it was over the I. So it had been written with the circumflex over the I, and looking at it, if your circumflex isn't very obviously a kind of arrow, then I guess it could have looked like the crossbar of a T. But yeah, Stan. I mean, I wasn't the most attractive of children, but fingers crossed I didn't look like a boy. Although I actually did. Melanie says, I find it a bit weird people are called Kai. I've obviously been in New Zealand too long. Kai means food in Te Reo Maori. Oh, really? I've got an itchy nose. Sorry. I'm going to have to get rid of that tomorrow before I go out shopping. I'll say, can't touch my face. I actually first heard the name Kai. I was watching Lex, which is a really weird sci-fi show, and there were the male character in that was called Kai, and I just loved it. And then it turns out his name was Mordecai, and it was like, oh, okay, which is a Hebrew name, I believe. Nearly done. We can get back to some sewing in a minute. It's got to be one of the weirder hangouts. Come sew with me and watch me eat my lunch. Let me put that up there for now. I've probably got tomato soup all around my mouth. Yeah, pretty much. Right. My pile of pink stuff. So I need to separate these out. That's wanted tea. There we go. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay. Right, where did we get to with the chat? Zubile says, well, I was working on a cruise ship. One of the guests called me Susan and refused to use any other name. That's just rude. Like, if somebody has a difficult name, then you can ask them how it's pronounced and then try and work on that, and then ask them if they have something that they would rather be called, or they don't mind being called, that's slightly easier. But just to refuse to call somebody by their actual name, that's just rude. Very rude. What did you do on the cruise ships? I always fancied that, being a croupier on a cruise ship. Never got around to it. Just pinning my neckline. Sorry, I realised I've just gone silent. Concentration face again. Neckline is pinned. Longest straight stitch selected. What did we get to? Sal says, as I know it's my name is Salvador. I was doing a course and halfway through saw my name list of students and they spelt my name Salvatore. Yeah. Lottie says, when I took my husband's name Beard, I joked that no one could possibly get that wrong. Nope, people still do still say or spell it wrong, so there's no hope, however easy your name may be. Cecilia says, I actually like hearing the different way people pronounce mine. It's Gaelic, but my parents got it from Simon and Garfunkel song. Oh gosh, am I even pronouncing yours right then? Noelia says, my middle son is called Hector. It's a name that divided people, a bit like Marmite. Some loved it and some didn't. And Claire says, good night, guys. Have a good week. Night, Claire. Thank you for joining us. Kimeki says, my daughter's name is Soraya. Soraya? And my mum called her Soroya at the first she tried it, probably just like I did. I'm sorry. Anessa says, I have one person in my life who's been around since I was 2 and still says it wrong. Oh dear. Yeah, the Wilson's younger brother and his wife didn't tell anyone the names that they'd picked because they had a short list of names that they wanted to call both of their children, and they didn't want to tell anybody what they were because they didn't want anyone's opinions of oh, I like this one better than this one or anything like that. I think Lyra's a beautiful name. I do wonder if it's come from the Philip Pullman his Dark Materials books, but I mean, even if it hasn't, Lyra is a beautiful name. Ooh, just threw that pin at the pin cushion. It did actually manage to hit though, so that was good. Right, sew this neckline into place. This is why it takes me so long to get these t-shirts done, is because I'm enjoying chatting to you guys too much. This is not a complaint. I am enjoying myself. These Sunday hangouts have been really cool. It's been nice sort of sitting and hanging with you guys and chatting whilst we sew. I've been enjoying seeing what you guys get up to during the streams as well, because when you post it in the groups, we get to see what you've been sewing whilst we've been chatting. So I think going forward, I mean, obviously it won't be every weekend going forward, because fingers crossed I'll be able to go back to London at weekends soon. But yeah, I think I might try and do more than one sew along a month, or sort of live hangout a month, because they are really fun. So, it's nice to hang out with you guys and talk about sewing and attempt to do sewing. Okay. Right, so let's pin the other side. Getting there. Oh, I'm missing out on some chat again. Julie says, in Denmark, Julie has spoken with a soft J and sound on the E, so it sounds something like Yui. I've gotten to the point that I no longer care to tell people they're saying it wrong. God. I'm going to stop calling anyone anything. Just be like, I'm sorry. Duvalier says the lady was a 80-something-year-old and had stage 4 cancer while taking her last trip and alone. So it was fun for me how everyone was confused when she was asking for Susan. I was a stewardess. Oh, okay. Roseanne says my maiden name was Wilson. Everyone called me Wilson, Williamson, Williams, and now I am Sahai. And it's not proper sounding. They even called me Sahai. Oh, I feel you. I mean, my surname's changed quite considerably over the years. My married name was Belgemund. Yeah, that was fun. Emoji mode. Lollipop. Oh, hang on, I missed one. Sal says my ex-wife's name is Rachel, which was bad after the divorce because I heard it in every movie and TV show. No Escape, lol. Lollipop lady, high kitsch behaviour. I'm cluster B. Would knitting help me save money? I have 7 children, but worry I don't have enough time to sew to save money. Would it be worth it? I don't think sewing and knitting are money-saving hobbies. I think they're expensive hobbies. So probably not, but I don't knit, so I am not really the one to ask. Duvalier says, I was sailing for 5 years, so after the first month I gave up caring that people can't pronounce my name. It's a difficult one, and asked the HR lady to reprint my name tag as Dolly. That's awesome. Lollipop lady says, I've read all 3 of the Dark Materials book, didn't realise the last 2 paragraphs of the didn't read the last 2 paragraphs of the Amber Spyglass though. I've read them a long time ago. I thought they were brilliant. I'm like the Dust books as well, the prequels that have come out. And Julie says, oh, but my name is Julie, the way you say it, Sean. That's good. Anessa says, you say my name perfectly, Sean. Oh, that's good. Louise says, was your granddad called Gordon? If so, I just watched the footage. Yes, got Gordon Singleton. That was my granddad. Landing his plane. He was the one that was coming down properly down the wing of the plane. The rest of them just walked down, but he was the one that was like, this is how I was taught to do it, so I should do it properly. Caroline says, I'm Caroline, not Carol or Carolyn or Karen. Sometimes I even get called Gillian, which is my surname, and my husband's ex-wife. Oh, wow. Joanne's here. The boy I'm a guardian of calls me Dee Dee. Oh, cool. Right, let's sew this other side of this neckline. Okay, we can do this. It's just neckline. We can do this. Okay. I was hoping to get all these t-shirts properly finished today with the cover stitch as well. I don't think that's going to happen. Mind you, we're nearly 2 hours in and I haven't done anything yet, so it's about right, isn't it? Okay. Right, so neckline is done. Now I can attach my sleeves. So that's the correct sleeve. Let's chop off all these excess threads. Here are those. Pin this into place. And then it's fairly quick after this. So where did we get to? Crafting Bev says, because I'm the firstborn female of the Silver generations, but we're all the firstborns, and there were such arguments for when I was born. My mother named me Beverly Lynn Mary Elizabeth Samira Smith White. Wow. You must have fun booking flights and stuff as well then. Is that because that has your name appears on your passport? Judy says, hello, finally made it. Been trying to get my machine embroidery happy messages for the village. Oh, that's nice. I can hear somebody's out mowing their garden, their lawn at the moment. Caroline says to Caroline Gillam, I agree. I'm Caroline. Carol was my auntie. Carolyn is a neighbour. I don't answer to them. Craft and Bev, everyone has always mispronounced my middle name, Samara. Is it Samira then? I had a friend whose name was Samaya once, but then she constantly was changing her surname, so I actually have no idea what. I mean, she was a kind of a very fair weather friend who was there for what I could do for her rather than my actual company kind of thing. But she was constantly changing her surname and how she was writing her first name. So I have no idea if that was her real name or not. She was a strange girl, that one. Vicky says, hello there. Managed to make another week. What are you making? I'm currently working on a gable tee, and then I also have more wanted teas. So pretty much the same as last week. Oh, this one's got 5 8s in it. Don't sew over the pin. Where did we get to? Sal says, my first son is loosely named after Samuel L. Jackson. Nice. Proper concentration face. I'm surprised I'm not sticking my tongue out, to be fair. Okay, one sleeve in. Let's do the other one. This is such a happy colour, this pink. There we go, right. Where did I get to? Julie says, I love the name chat. We did this last week too, did we? Quite possible. Dublé says, in my father's family, all the children's names had to start from the same letter as their parents' names. It was the law until my sister Aurelia went and named her daughter Helena. That was a scandal. Ooh. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that the tradition of using the middle name didn't happen, because if it had, I would have been Elizabeth Shan, because they wanted to call me Shan, which is, I I love it now. Growing up was not so much fun. But yeah, I mean, having to explain to people Shan anyway, and then having to explain to them that no, actually, it's not Elizabeth. My name is Shan, but yes, it's my middle name. That would have been a nightmare. So I'm glad that they kind of broke with that tradition. Just use what they wanted to call me as my first name. Julie says, Anessa, yeah, I get that. Anessa had said, half the time I don't hear when people when they say my name, but if you say mum, I always turn my head. And then Julie said, Anessa, yep, I get that. And then Anessa said, I'm also really good about answering to insert child's name. Here's mom. Crafton Bev says, I was adopted by my grandparents, my mother's parents, and when the adoption was finalised, my mother had the grace to rename me Beverly Lynn Smith. I think Dad's walking around with his radio on. Sal says, maybe your friend was a spy, hence the names. Sewing in PJs, I was Deb, Debbie, or Deborah, depending on whether I was being cute or in a whole load of trouble. Noelia says, I like your thinking, Sal. Caroline says, that pink is the same colour as the linen skirt I've just altered. So cheerful. It is so pretty, isn't it? And Suki sent me a meter of something that's it's really drapey linen, or a linen viscose blend. I think that's what it is, because it has that kind of linen texture, but the draper rayon in this colour as well. And I hope I have enough of it to make either a tie-fronted shirt or the hunter tank. Right, second sleeve in. Try not to get any creases in it. Getting there. Do not sew over the pins. Sleeves are on the gable, so I'm going to put this to one side for now. I'm just going to reattach my pin that designates that that's the back, because I need to press those seams before I sew up the side seams. So I'm going to start working on the neckline of the wanted tee. So neckline. Lots of you guys were asking me to do a tutorial for the wanted tee. There's a couple out there already. I know Helen from Stitch My Style has done one, and also Lifting Pins and Needles has done a tutorial for the wanted tee. which are both very good. So I don't think that you really need me to do one as well. I mean, I will if you really, really want me to, but there is already 2 really good tutorials out there. It's just, the neckline is just a case of being precise and marking everything. And just, you know, once you've made all those marks, sticking to them. And it's actually quite easy once you've done one. It kind of like becomes quite obvious how it goes together. I can imagine like the first time looking at the instructions, because they're only in French, there's no English instructions, being a bit like, hey, what is going on? I do not understand. But once you've kind of worked out one, and like I say, there are tutorials out there, then it is a very easy tee to sew. Well, I mean, once you've got the neckline in, it's then just precision sewing for, then it's just regular kind of like stick the sleeves in, sew the side seams up, and you're done. It's always fun doing it in a viscose jersey that wants to slip around and misbehave itself. Fun times. Proper concentration face going on. Where did we get to? Eileen says, love the pink. I often find myself drawn to pink things in times of stress. I made a lovely lark tea last weekend in pink fabric with white flowers. Ooh, pretty. I haven't made the lark tea. I would have a look at that one. Mind you, I have so many patterns in my stash already. I don't need to buy any new ones. It's not going to stop me, because this is me we're talking about. Just make sure you don't get this twisted. Okay. There we go. Michelle says, question, I have a bolt of white linen. I was thinking about tea staining some for quilting up for a quilting project. Should I tea stain, or should I see if I have light brown dye? I've never tea stained anything before. Depends how much you have as to kind of how much tea you would actually need to stain your linen. I would, unless anyone actually knows the answer, I would again Google or kind of have a look on YouTube and see if anyone's got any tutorials out there, because like I say, I've never tried it, so I don't know. Pamela says, family have to have middle name J in it. I'm one of 7 with my middle name J. My mum's got 22 grandchildren with a middle name J in, and I'm having my first grandchild, and that's going to have a J in its name as well. Wow. I like traditions like that, but it's when it becomes like you can't name your child anything other than something begins with this letter, then it becomes a little bit like, hang on, I'm allowed to do what I like. It's my child. Crafting Bev said, I just wish when people name their kids, they also think about their initials, because that can get people into trouble. Hence my initials BS. Yeah, my initials was So for a while. Michelle says, as a kid, my initials were OMG. Now they're OMB, so either way, it's not cute. Julie says, I've always been JKJ. My maiden name was Jensen. Carol says, Tomcat also did one in a video called T-shirt necklines. Ah, cool. That's what says. There's 3 wanted tea tutorials out there. Amy Taylor says, I see no kittens. No, this is a sewing channel. Sorry, it's misnamed. Sal says, both me and my first son have the same initials, SLG. My other two sons are ASG and JDG. JDG. Got there eventually. Julie says to Amy, no, it's a sewing channel. Noelia says, there's a very cute cat called Chiana who appears in some of the videos, but never in a live one. No, because she would try and murder the dog or me or something. Sewing in PJ says, Sean, are we going to see some paper crafting or journaling vlogs in the waffle anytime soon? Just asking. I really would like to. I've kind of not been journaling. I've ordered myself a leather traveler's notebook cover, which could take up to 8 weeks to arrive, and we're about the 6-week mark. So I'm going to set that up with you guys when it arrives. So yeah. Melanie says, my initials are ME. Awkward. It's all about me. And Caroline says, my initials didn't change either. My maiden name was Rolls and now I'm Reed. So yeah, right, let's get this neckline done. So not sitting and chatting is not going to get any of this sewing finished, is it? So yes, there is lots of wanted tea tutorials out there already. Okay. One side done. Let's do the other side. Caught up with the chat. That's good. Mum's back from walking the dog. I don't know if she's going to come in and join us again, though. We shall see. Okay, so neckline pieces are attached to each other. Let's get rid of all my excess threads and clip up to the dots. If I can manage it. And then we can press this and press the sleeves of the gable, so I can then sew the sides of the gable done, and that will be done except for hemming. And then we can finish off this wanted tee, and then I think I'm going to move on to the yellow one next, because after this I have a yellow wanted tee and then 2 black, so a black wanted and a black gable to sew. And I know I've made a black gable with long sleeves, but I wanted a short sleeved one for the summer months, so I've done that as well. Where did we get to? Jackie says, Sean, can you tell me when you use the serger and when you use the sewing machine on these stretched fabrics? I find it a little confusing. Okay, so I use the sewing machine to do the precision work. So, for example, sewing that, there is no way you could do this on the serger. You have to do this on the sewing machine. But when I attach this for the first pass, I will sew it on the sewing machine as well. So again, because of precision. But once I am happy that this is in correctly, I'll then finish off the edges on my serger. And then for the gable, I sewed the shoulder seams on my sewing machine here because they finished, because of the way the neckline goes together. I couldn't have sewn that on my serger because it would have cut off fabric that I needed to be there. So this little seam here, this shoulder seam, was sewn on the sewing machine, and then I finished the edges with my serger, and I have just sewn this neckline edge down on my sewing machine. But the rest of this I will construct on the serger, because it isn't precision work. I don't need to be stopping and pivoting at points and things like that. I hope that makes sense. Melanie says, someone asked me once why I was signing my sketches and paintings me. He was thinking he was okay for doing it until I pointed out that those were my initials. Oh, and Julie says, hi Jane, please come in, join in the, and I can't pronounce it, Heigi. It's the Danish word for like warm, comfortable feelings, isn't it? I think I've got that right. Vicky says, I call myself the animal doctor as my initials are vet. Awesome. Right, I need to take my tray, my plate back to the kitchen so that I can use the ironing board, because that's where I've stored them for now. So I shall just do that quickly. Then I'll be back to iron, and I shall ask Mum if she's going to come back and join us, or if she's going to do some knitting. 2 secs. Mum's coming back, and look who I found. I know Alex isn't here. Alex would love to see you. She doesn't like looking at screens. Look, Sus. Look. You gonna come and sit with us while we sew? Do you want the other foot? Is that better? She's just like, put me down. Please put me down. There you go. Very confused dog. Oh no, she's gonna go and sit on my seat. You gonna sit on my seat? Yeah, go on then. Go on then. Up. Go on. She's looking at me like I'm crazy now. No. Hello, Susie. She has very much enjoyed her walk. So we press the seams of the neckline open and then press them together. And then repeat for the other side. What are you doing, Susie? You can hear the pitter-patter of tiny claws. But Mum is coming back to join us. I don't know if I said that. I brought the dog back in, didn't I? Mum is going to come back and join us. She is just sorting out her kefir yogurt. It needs doing something. Mother needs something doing with it or something. I don't know. It's kind of like a daily ritual. There we go. What are you doing, Susie? She keeps looking at my chair like she wants to sit in it. She does do that quite often. Okay. Neckline done. Let's do some sleeves. Are you hopeful? You've just been walked. What more do you want? Very demanding, Susie. Demanding doggo. Her ball's down there. She wants someone to play with her. Oh, didn't quite go where I intended it to, but never mind. She's fine. Okay, one down. Let's do the other sleeve. Okay, so the side seams of this one. Let's catch up with the chat. I'm sure I've missed some stuff. Lynn says, have you ever made the Tilly and the Buttons Agnes top? It's a jersey t-shirt pattern. I can't remember if I've ever seen you do it, but I do know a lot of folks found the fit wasn't great for them. I've never made that one. I don't own it. I only own one Tilly and the Buttons pattern, which is the Zadie, which was a gift to me from Ginger Head Girl, or Ginger Thread Girl, from the first KB pattern swap. That's the only Tilly pattern that I own. So no, I've never made the Agnes. I've only ever heard people rave about it, but it's just one of those ones where it was like I don't want to pay £17 for a t-shirt pattern. Having said that, I mean I've paid, well, the gable was $12, I think. So I have paid fair amounts of money for t-shirt patterns. But yeah, I think it was the printed ones are expensive for Tilly, so that's just me. So no, I've never made it. Who has made? I'm sure loads of you have made the Agnes tea. How did you find it? The dog's throwing its ball at me, and can you hear her grumbling in the background? So Jackie says, I was told by a friend that a serger is just for finishing seams, not for constructing the garment. In other words, you should use both, but I don't see you or other YouTubers doing this. If you are making woven garments, then yes, you should be using it as a seam finishing method. But for knit garments, as far as I am aware, it is the dog wants playing with. It's completely considered a valid method of construction for knit fabrics. So I've never, anything that I've made on my overlocker, any of my stretchy scuba dresses and things like that, none of them have ever come to pieces. So I'm quite happy with using it as a construction method. But for wovens, yeah, you don't want to construct your woven. You don't want to construct your woven garments on the overlocker. You can use it to finish the seams, finish the seam allowance, the edges of it neatly if you would like to. I personally don't ever use this on woven fabrics. The only time I have was when I was using a fabric that was disintegrating as I looked at it. So the minute the fabric came off of the paper pattern pieces, I overlocked every single edge as a means of trying to make sure that it didn't fall to pieces as I was working with it. but that was a coat, and that was the inside. Susie, no, come here. She's just stood sitting on the ground looking at me. She's like, you will play with me. I will squeak at you until you do. Susie, no. But yeah, that is my understanding of kind of like overlookers and their uses. So oh dear. Oh, Susie, you do make me giggle. Where did I get to? I got there. Sal says someone could move the mannequin. Julie says, you're right, Sean, it is. It's very difficult to explain what it is, but it's cozy, warm, nice, and happy. Susie! Come here. She thinks I'm going to play with. Come here. You are being very irritating. She doing? She's just barking at her ball. She wants me to play. Oh, and I'm refusing. So I'm catching up with the chat so she can come sit on my lap and catch up with the chat with me. There we go.
These very strange noises.
Yes, they're not proper dog noises, Susie. So Julie says, you're right, Sean. It's very difficult to explain what it is, but it's cozy, warm, happy, and nice. So Mum's back, by the way. Should we maybe let the dog out and then we'll shut the door?
When you're ready.
Yeah. Dad's listening to radio quite loud. Shona says, doggy. Yes.
She's right.
Yes. And then Jackie says, I absolutely love the concept of right now. So she did say hikey. But yes, the Danish word for warm, cozy.
All right.
You know, it's a big thing. Are you enjoying that, Susie? No, I don't want kisses.
Nice word.
Yes. And then Julie autocorrected it to higgle. damn autocorrect. Julie says, Jackie, thanks, it's a lovely concept and it's what we're doing here. Yeah, because Julie said you should come back and join in the higgy.
Okay.
No, Susie.
Snug.
Yes. And Cecilia says, I'm never sure I'm saying it right. Autocorrect is not a friend to humans most of the time. Julie says, Sean, the pronunciation is something like high key. And Jackie says, isn't it pronounced more like hooga? Here we go.
Okay.
Vicky says, oh, she's such a sweetheart. And Julie says, no, it's definitely haiki. Jackie says, I'm not sewing with you today as I'm having to keep my mind occupied. My husband was taken to hospital by ambulance yesterday with severe vertigo and can't call the hospital till after lunch. Oh, no. I hope we're keeping you well distracted and I hope he's okay. Nimue says, I love the Agnes. It fits me really well. And she says, oh, no, Jackie, I hope you'll be all right. Janice says, good morning. I seem to be late to the party. Nice to see you. Not late, Janice. We're going for hours today again. Then Julie says, oh no, Jackie, I hope he's okay soon. Lynn says, yeah, love the Agnes too, Nimue. I've made loads of them. Jackie says, good to know, thanks, Sean. That was about the use of the overlocker, I believe. Eileen says, the Agnes is nice but very fitted. I made 2 a few weekends ago, but COVID comfort eating means I'm not so comfortable as I would like to be. The lark is semi-fitted, more room to hide. Do you think this dog's enjoying herself? She's grunting at me. Nimue says, I also really like the Coco by Tilly the Buttons, both top and dress. Need to alter the Zadie to suit me. I'm too tall. Got all 3 in a bundle. Yeah, the Zadie I made, I didn't like the Empire line, so I made it be on my waist, but I made it out of too lighter weight fabric, so it wasn't good. Michelle says, Susie is just waiting you to come and play with her. Yes, she is. Julie says, Jackie, what time is it where you are? Jennifer says, hello. Hi, Jennifer. Jackie says, it's 9:30 a.m. here in Ontario in Canada. And then lots of people saying hello to Jennifer. Michelle says, Joaquin, I hope all will be well. I think she might mean Jackie. That's a weird one for you all to correctly translate it to, though.
Oh.
Joaquin Phoenix. Shaz says, my dog is very confused, so she can hear Susie but not sure where she is. Is she checking the behind the computer? Susie, you're annoying other people's puppies. You can't have that. No. She's practically purring. She would purr if she could.
Oh, she does. She grunts.
Christine says, hope it's okay, Jackie. Noelia says, there's a Scottish lady with a YouTube channel called Diane in Denmark. And she says, Hei Huga. She always signs off the videos, live long and prosper, and then let the Danish Huga be with you. She sounds awesome. Christine says, I love the cocoa. I accidentally bought 3 lots of fabric to make more for summer. Ooh, nice. And Karen's here. Hello, Karen. How are you? Okay, Susie. I've caught up with the chat. I'm going to stop.
She won't approve of that.
No, I don't want kisses. No, I don't want kisses. No, I don't want kisses. No. I stopped. I'm covered in ginger fluff now as well. Usually we get paws at us if we. Oh, you're going to actually sit down on my lap. That's helpful. Actually, can't have you on my lap, darling, when I'm sewing because you're getting in the way. There you go. There you go.
That's a good girl.
You're hard done by, aren't you? Aren't you hard done by? What are you doing? Where are you going? No, don't go under there. You're going to stand on one of the presser feet. Something's going to start sewing. Yeah, back out, back out. Okay, let's see if she goes straight back to the ball and starts yipping at it again. If she does, she'll go outside. Give it to Dad with the ball. She can annoy him.
She's taking it with her.
Oh, she's gone.
Yeah.
Jackie says to Noelia, I love Diane in Denmark. Subscribe to her channel. I'm going to have to look her up now. Deborah says, hi from Arizona. Love your blouse. Thank you. I need a little, like I say, I need a little sign here saying, today I am wearing. Oh, no, she's back.
Susie, you're going to have to go out if you do that.
She's going to start yipping at it again. Yes.
Come on. Come on.
Oh, she thinks Mum's going to play with her. Oh, dear.
Come on, in with her.
She's in for a little bit of disappointment. Yeah, Mum's giving her to Dad now. You deal with it.
She's showing the fin there.
I wonder how long that will last. Okay. Once that's done, where does it get to?
Is that your first one?
Nearly. It's only nearly finished. I'm 2 hours 38 minutes in.
What, the first one?
Yeah. too much chat. You guys are distracting. There's 116 of us at the moment.
Oh,
well, 117 if you include Mum.
That's a lot, isn't it?
It's a lot of people.
Lovely.
Hmm? Mum's talking to herself now, if you can hear anything in the background. All sewists do it. I said all sewists do it. Okay.
Got it on eco and I've just turned it on.
Right, let's just finish off at the bottom edge of this. Janice says, my dog had to go look outside for that other dog. Julie says, I had to go to the neighbour's cat with a fly swatter today. He came into my house. He's a little too friendly. Oh dear. Yeah, Chiana really wants to go outside again at the moment, and I really don't want to let her when I'm not up there, because I don't want that Siamese beating her up, because it bit her last time, and I don't want there to end up being vet bills out of it.
No,
it's just not good. So Carol says Susie needs one of those automatic ball throwing machines. If we had like flat lawn, I would totally agree with you.
Yeah,
but we don't, and she's blind at the moment, and she bumps into and falls over the stairs quite frequently. So I would be horrified to think what would happen with one of those. But if we did have a big lawn, then yes, totally.
Maybe when we move.
Yes. Although it might end up in the graveyard.
Oh.
No, the ball.
Oh.
The house that we want to buy is next to a graveyard. Chris Murphy says, hi Peeps, I've come late to the party. Welcome, Chris. Very nice of you to join us. Rebecca says, my dog is the only one in the house having a social life at the moment. He's out on a play date. Is everyone asking to borrow your dog so they could go for an hour's walk? Noelia says, that's funny, Rebecca.
Oh, that's weird, isn't it?
Sal says, it's healthy to talk to yourself. It's not so healthy when you reply back. I know we had this conversation last week. I don't reply back. I want a sensible answer. Julie says, maybe I should go check my stash for cotton to make an extra summer sleepwear outfit. And she says, Julie also says to Sal, I do that bit in my head. Then says, how's your mum's quilting coming on? It looked amazing the last time you showed it. Oh, did you miss it this morning?
Oh.
She's doing she's doing flying geese at the moment for sashing, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
That's the right terminology?
Yeah. Sashing with strips.
Okay.
These are borders. It's quite difficult.
Sorry?
Seeing which is the right side is quite difficult.
Oh, that
Yeah.
white one. Yeah.
That's a very noisy machine.
It is. Oh, I've got some navy thread on here, so I'm just going to quickly sew on my little mark on the back neckline so that I know which is the back and which is the front. Because once you've taken the notches out of the sleeves, it's pretty impossible to tell. Christine says, I grew up in front of a graveyard. It was fun. Yeah, I think Mum's coming around to it. Mum wasn't overly keen on it, but the house is beautiful, isn't it?
The house is fabulous.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Lots of people keep asking how the house sale is going. Everything in the UK is ground to a halt at the moment. I know people are still moving, but that was if they'd had offers accepted and stuff before all this has happened. We haven't got anyone that 100% wants to buy our house. as yet. So
those 3 people who've got to sell theirs.
Yeah. So we're still kind of waiting on all of that. And as I say, we've found somewhere that we want to buy when we've sold this place. But again, chains, all the chains.
Hopefully not too long.
Yes, that would be nice. Okay. Sal says, Julie, I do it too when I've had stressful conversation coming up. I practice on myself, lol. Linnea's here. Hello, my lovely. How are you? Let's do the other. Why can't I find my other sleeve? There it is. Julie says, Sal, I do it too to remind myself that I'm good enough. That's nice. And Christine says, it's very peaceful living next to a graveyard. Your neighbours aren't going to be noisy.
No. The only worrying time is Armageddon. There you go. If there is such a thing. I don't know.
I don't think we have to worry about the zombie apocalypse, Mum.
No.
I think it's the
zombie apocalypse.
I think it's the robot uprising, and you're so polite to your Alexa that it'll keep you as a pet. You'll be fine.
Hopefully, I do try and be.
She's very polite to Alexa. Alexa always gets thanked. Dad shouts at Alexa when she doesn't do exactly what he wants immediately. Yeah, Mum's very polite. So I don't think Dad's going to survive the robot uprising, but Mum will be fine.
Well, have you watched Humans?
Not yet.
It's brilliant. If you watch that, you'll be polite.
I'm polite all the time anyway.
That's all right then. Yeah, it's really polite too.
I do say thank you. I say thank you to the car when it does things for me. Because we can talk to our car and ask it to like turn the temperature up or put a radio station on and stuff. And I always say thank you when it does it.
Yeah, quite right.
I'm dragged up proper.
Yeah. Yeah. Very important.
Where did we get to? Chris says, are you buying on the mainland? Nope, we are staying on the island.
Definitely.
Not
far away.
Yes. In fact, the next village over. Although
town.
They call it a town. It's not a bloody town.
It is. It's not a white town.
It's really not. It's a slightly larger village. Right.
Metropolis.
Okay. Can take that out of the back because I have put in my little thing. Gable number 1 is done apart from the hemming and the final pressing. So that can go over there. Now I've got to do the neckline on the wanted t-shirt. So I've got the actual neck band sewn together. I'm going to clip off the little bunny ears. We don't want those. I am literally covered in ginger fluff.
Yeah, she's melting.
Yeah, she is as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's mark on my neckline, my match points, and then I need to do that on my neck band as well. Where did we get to? Jackie says, buying and selling property sounds so complicated and stressful there with everything so changeable until the last minute. Yeah. Yes. Sal says, Julie, from our conversation on here, you seem like a beautiful soul. You're so good enough always. Aw. Shane says, nothing wrong with having a zombie survival plan. I have a book. It was a Christmas present from Big Bird. I actually want to send it to Wilson, so I think he'll find it funny. Christine says, haha, we watch Humans. It's very good. Julie says, your new neighbours is going to be peaceful unless they don't want to sleep. Yes, shh, Julie. Mum's only come round to the idea quite recently. Don't put her off. It's a nice house. There's a separate house for me.
Yeah,
they can't get rid of me. Julie says, Sal, thanks. Just need to convince myself now. Melanie says, night everyone, it's getting super late here. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you for joining us. And Terry says, sorry I'm late. I had to do a grocery run. I hope your grocery run was successful. I've got to do that tomorrow.
Yes.
Fun times. Get shouted at by men for going around the one-way system the wrong way. Flight. I didn't tell him to do one. I should have done.
I had some walking Susie yesterday.
Yeah.
And this spaniel came around the corner loose.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, oh, no, no, keep away. He came and said, oh, I'm so sorry. I said, dogs are meant to be on their leads at the moment. Very politely.
Yeah.
But they are meant to be on their leads.
You don't want unwanted social interactions.
No. Oh, by the way, I borrowed it. Well, no, I had a quilting needle out of your stash.
She stole. You heard it.
Yeah.
She stole.
Yeah.
Oh.
Run out. Just have to get some more when you do one of your orders.
Yeah, or you can order them from Amazon.
We'll get the big.
If they do them. So far, I've only seen the big ones in 70 and 80. Actually, that's a good point, you guys. I'm looking for some Schmetz needles for Jersey Fabrics in the kind of big packs that they do. Has anyone seen them? Do you know if they're a thing? Because as I say, I've only seen the 100 packets of needles in the 70 and 80 regular size. Talking about these packs of 100 needles, because they're about 25 quid, which is much better value than buying the little packs of them. But I just wondered if anyone knows of anyone that does them in like Jersey quilting, clearly. Any of those types of finishes. And if you do, can you let us know? Have I done this right? I don't think I have. I've done this the wrong way around.
Oh, no.
No, it's all right. I've only pinned it the wrong way around.
Because undoing that is not fun.
Well, thankfully it wasn't overlooking. It's at the moment is just. But I nearly pinned it on upside down. I nearly pinned it on upside down. Let's try that again. I'm glad I noticed. See, this is what comes of sitting and chatting too much. You can't multitask. Right, that's better. This is the right way around this time. This bright pink is one of the colours they actually have in stock at the moment. If any of you guys were after it, it's from Minerva Crafts, and it's their viscose jersey.
Is that good?
Oh, I like it. I have a lot of it. could open my own fabric store. Although I wouldn't, because that would mean I'd have to sell my fabric, and I don't think I could part with any of it because it's mine. There's not enough for everybody else. Right. Let's get this attached. So again, this is kind of like precision work, so that's why I'm doing this on my sewing machine. And once I'm happy with where the neckline is, I will then finish off the edges on the overlocker. But as Mum mentioned, I'm picking this if not fun, and it would be really difficult to kind of, in fact, it would be impossible to get the match points that you need to on the overlocker. So you want to sew it on your machine first.
How do you do that with a stretch stitch?
Yeah, although I'm actually using a longer straight stitch at the moment because I'm going to be going over it with the overlocker, so that will make it stretchy. And if you sew with a slightly longer stitch and stretch the fabric as you sew, that also allows for this stitch to stretch. Okay. So 3 parts in.
I'm actually using my 1/4-inch foot.
Oh, you found it?
I did. And it's got a little thing when you're doing straight lines that you can...
yeah, that's why I wanted one of those.
It's good. And you can adjust that to whichever. Now I know. I'll use it.
How am I doing with the chat? Where did I get to? Sand on the Studio says, did you make your top? Info please. Yes, I did. It's the Sew Over It Ella blouse made in a knit fabric with cuffs added. I'm totally going to have to write a little novel for that. Everybody's asking that. It's proving very popular, my shiny top.
It's nice.
Sal says, Julie, I'm in the same boat. I am as well. So us people got to stick together and help each other out. I'm here to be an ear to you and any peeps that need it. Julie says, that sewing machine shop in Edinburgh is worth a try. They seem to have everything. Can I name them? Judy, can you name them? That's the question. Yes, you can, is the answer. I thought you were trying to think of the name, but you know the name. But yes, please do. Please share resources and stuff. I don't mind people putting up shops and things in the Peeps group and on the chat and stuff. If you've had a good experience and you rate the shop, then please do share, because we all like that knowledge. Julie says, Sal, thanks. At the moment, I'm doing okay as long as I remember my meds. Sand on the Studio says, Class is a stretch needle brand. I can speak. Jackie says, browsing the Rightmove website as I watch and found my dream house, a period thatched cottage. Ooh, pretty. Chocolate box. Mum and Dad wouldn't live in a thatched cottage because they're constantly worried their house would fall on fire.
Especially if we had an Argo.
Yeah, well, lots of them do have Argos and don't manage to catch on fire, but Mum and Dad are paranoid about that, so we'll never live in a thatched house. Sal says, I'm glad to hear you're doing well, Julie. Jackie says, there are some beautiful houses for sale on the Isle of Wight. There are indeed.
There's one right here.
Yes. Does anyone want to come and buy this? It's only £500,000.
cheap.
Have you seen the view?
Yes.
Eileen says, I'm making my panties. The single most difficult thing for me is doing the double burrito for the gusset. To keep pinning the final piece the wrong way, there seem to be a lot of wrong ways. Especially, I would imagine with those kind of fabrics as well, because like cotton jersey lining for the gusset and stuff like that, it tends to be kind of white, doesn't it? So it's like not a right side or a wrong side is obvious. Sal says, Sean, if you had a superpower that could create any piece of clothing instantly, would you use it, or would that take the fun out of sewing? If I could snap my fingers and just have what I wanted made without actually having to do the sewing.
Oh, that'd be boring.
I know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a fabric stash.
No.
I wouldn't know where to keep all my clothes.
You have nothing to do.
Yeah, it's true.
No.
Oh, if I could snap my fingers and have all the stuff to make the thing, then maybe.
No, that's different.
Linnea says, yes, it's a beautiful top. Rebecca says, I guess I'm not the only one that have seen you make the wanted tea and wanted to buy it too. Yes, Sean made me do it. Julie says, Sean, remember to drink water. Thank you, Julie.
Yeah.
It's been 3 hours and I haven't drunk anything. It's when I start yawning, they'll start recognising that I need to drink water. Deborah says, Ella in a knit, so pretty. Do you have a video of how you did it? No, I don't. I lengthened the sleeves a little bit and then nicked the cuffs from my because I was going to say I nicked the cuffs from the Seam Work Astoria, but I drafted them for that. I can't remember where I nicked the cuffs from. But I actually sewed it up exactly the same, so it still has the facing and the pleats and everything in it that the woven top pattern suggests. I just did it in a knit because I'm contrary like that. Right, it's just a snip into okay. Right, now I need to find the middle of the neckband and the middle of the back panel, and then I can pin this all into place. Okay. Did you guys watch all of Picard last night?
Not all of it, no. We've still got a couple.
There's only 10 episodes.
Is there? Is that the end then?
I'm not going to say.
No. I can imagine it might be.
Right, let's get this pinned into place. How am I doing with the chat? Judy says, David Drummond sewing machine. I've used them for 20 years. Just ring them. David Drummond is manning the store 6 days a week and he'll do his best to help you. Oh, thank you.
To do what?
Sewing machine needles.
Oh,
in bigger packets.
really?
Yes.
Where are they?
Scotland. I don't suppose you've got a pen over there, have you? Just giving me a number. I don't have pen and paper.
Was it Drummond?
David Drummond. Oh gosh, here we go. The number is 013 131 31002.
Let me say that back to you.
Two secs. Yeah.
013
Yeah.
13
Yeah.
13
Yeah.
1
Yeah.
00
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
David. Charcoal pencil.
Yeah, I've got a pen, no paper.
It's what came to hand. It's smudged.
Right. It's all pinned in, so I can get that sewn. I'm just going to catch up. Let's see, where do we get to? Deborah says, thanks, I'll try it. Debbie says, wanted to buy your house, but hubby wouldn't let me. Debbie!
It's a bit mean.
Is that because there's, I think, now, let me know if I've got this wrong, but is that because there is lack of trains for him to work on? Julie says, I'd love to visit the island someday. Sal said, I love Picard, great show, very different Trek experience, yes. Alex says, hi Peeps and Sean again. Hello, Alex. Nicola says, I can second David Drummond's superb service. Gia says, just woke up, 7 a.m. here in California. What's happening? How are all the peeps? Not a lot is happening. I've barely sewn one t-shirt in 3 hours. Judy says, he'll do anything sewing machine related to. My new machine is there but can't come at the moment. Oh. Jackie says, actually, if I were to move back to the UK and buy a house, it would likely be close to Milton Keynes as I have family there. But the views from these houses on the Isle of Wight are gorgeous. Ooh. And Anessa says, welcome back to Alex. And then Debbie says, yes, got it in one. I mean, there are trains on the island. There's a steam train.
Oh, and there's a real train.
Yeah, but it's not the same. Could he not commute, Debbie?
What is it?
I think he's a train driver.
Oh, right, brilliant.
You remember Debbie? She came to the retreats.
Yes, I do remember Debbie. Definitely.
Well, the first retreat, she didn't come to the second one
Yeah.
because she didn't get time off work. How very dare they?
She did a magnificent bag. I'm trying to remember which material it was.
Oh, Debbie's was the lilac-y one with
That's-
no, the blue one with the flowers, the blue and red flowers.
Yeah, it was lovely.
Proper concentration face now. But Debbie, if you came and bought the house, then you'd also be living really close to us and we could hang out more. So tell him that too. I mean, like, does he really need to work? Really? Yeah, it would be quite difficult to be a train driver on the Isle of Wight, because there's only 3 trains.
But fun trains.
I don't know. That old London Underground train is not fun to be on.
No, it's had its day, but they're getting a new one apparently.
Apparently they've already brought it over and they're trying to refurbish it. Why couldn't they just buy a new one? Because they spent all the money on Boating McBoatface that doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, they've designed a floating bridge for the tiny little bit of island that the river to cross, so to get from East Cowes to West Cowes, and it doesn't work. They spent £3 million on it.
They got it wrong.
Yeah. At low tide, or I can't remember. It's low tide. It hits the bottom.
It's not
No, it's not clever. You'd have thought that would be something that they would have checked on a little bit more thoroughly than they did, but apparently not. So yeah. Does he want to drive a ferry? We've got some ferries he could drive.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to buy the house? I can take you on a virtual tour.
Now we've got some people interested.
Yeah, no, it's just they've got to sell their houses, haven't they?
That's the trouble.
Yeah. And it has all just ground to a bit of a halt, hasn't it?
They rang me up though the other day. They said there's been 2,714 views since March 14th.
Oh, wow.
Which he said is well above average.
Oh. Is it you not looking?
No.
I meant this lot.
No. Oh,
yeah. I let her put the thing up, didn't I?
Maybe.
Either that or it's all our neighbours as well. Did you hear Dad's conversation earlier? Apparently one of the neighbours looked at our property and then saw the sewing room and has been asking which one of us sews.
Yeah. We can't say hello at the moment, but we will.
Where did we get to? So Lilybell says, I missed the original question about Edinburgh sewing shops, but Focus Fabrics is great independent dress and court fabric shop in Edinburgh. He's doing delivery to your doorstep. Oh, that's cool. I was asking, so Lilybell, I was asking about, does anybody know anywhere to buy sewing machine needles in bulk? Like the Schmetz ones. So you can get like a little tin of 100, and these are the 70, and they also come in the 80, and there's 100 of these, and it's about £24. But I was asking if any of the more speciality needles like jersey or quilting needles, if anybody knew where to get those, and that was where the David Drummond shop came in. So we shall try ringing him. Not on a Sunday.
No.
If he's working 6 days a week, we should allow him one day off, I think. Sound Dollar Studio says, Eileen, Loopy Mabel's Closet is the YouTube channel. Makes Easy Knickers is the title of the video. Ah, cool. And Judy says, my grandparents lived in Tottenham Bay in the 70s and 80s. Happy memories. I can remember Dad paying for us to have a flight in a vintage aircraft. I think that was near Shanklin. Yes, there's an airport in Shanklin. There you go, Debbie. You can learn to fly planes. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I had an email from a lady. And she's like, I've been watching your channel and I heard you mention that you're on the Isle of Wight and it was lovely. And I thought, oh, that's nice. And then I heard you mention that you're in St. Lawrence. And I thought, well, that's where I used to live in the 80s. And then she said, then you mentioned Idle Rocks and that's my old house. She used to live here before we did. Yeah. She's like, it looks very different. That's why she hadn't recognised it to begin with. But yeah, I'll have to send you that email over. And she was like, oh, I've been watching your channel and thinking like, oh, it's such a nice place to live.
She's right.
Yes. Well, she knows. She's like, yeah, they turned it into the upstairs into what they did so that they had a spare bedroom for when guests came over and things. And it was 2 bedrooms at one point.
Oh, they did that?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Is it very nicely?
Yes. It's a bit different now.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I have a square neckline. And again, I haven't pressed this yet, so and when it's worn, when it's under tension, there isn't any kind of puckers in it. So I'm happy with that. My points aren't 100% perfect, but I am not going to unpick and redo because they are like a millimetre off and I can live with that. And again, if anyone gets close enough to say, oh, look, that mitered corner is 1 millimetre out, it's like, you're too damn close. Back up. I mean, even in this current situation, but even in real life, when we're back to normal and you're allowed to be close to people, if someone's coming up and noticing that my mitered corner is 1 millimetre off, they're still too damn close. So no. I think I'm going to work on the yellow one next, because otherwise it's black, and the black ones are going to be nice, but a bit more yellow is a bit sunshiny, isn't it? So let's do that one next. Okay, where did we get to? Sal says, by the way, about the names convo, there is 2 news reporters, one called Storm Huntley and the other called Amy Freeze. So you could have a person called Storm Freeze. I mean, what else were they going to become? Like, you know, they're proper news reporter names, aren't they? They sound like they're something out of the Marvel universe. Julie says, maybe I should do a bit of a tidy of my coffee table. And you've got lots of crafts all over your coffee table, have you? You know what I'm craving? I really want to do a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh, yeah, I like jigsaw puzzles.
But I want to get like a really big one. There's one that's a colour wheel, and each piece is a different colour, like a solid colour, and then it's all the gradient of each other.
No, that'd be quite a good one to do.
I was thinking that little the little table in the dining room could move the fruit bowls, couldn't we?
Yeah.
I might be able to concentrate on that because Mum keeps wanting me to play cards and I can't at the moment because I literally cannot concentrate. My brain is all over the place. I thought a jigsaw puzzle might be quite fun. I'll have to have a look and see if I can find one. I haven't done a jigsaw puzzle in ages.
Yeah, we used to do them a lot.
I think we've still got some, but they're in these cupboards behind all of our stuff.
They'll be down here. Yeah, we could.
I don't want to. I don't want to. I'd rather buy a new one. Where did I get to? Jackie says, win a lottery and I'd buy the house. Among other things, I want that Arga in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, I don't want to lose it.
Oh, you've wanted an Arga all your life. The place with the next to the graveyard has a Rayburn. Not quite the same.
Not quite the same, but
and it's smaller.
It will do.
But it also has like a proper oven, and then the bit that I'd live in has a proper kitchen that's right next to that one as well. So there's 2 full ovens for like Christmas dinner and stuff. But yeah, the kitchen here is rather magnificent. Bloody well wants to be the amount of time and effort that went into making it.
It's the trouble though, isn't it? You get something right and then
This house was nicknamed the Never-Ending House because there was always work going on it over the last 20 years that they've lived here. I think this is the quietest time that there's ever been.
I mean, we should really never have finished it and then we wouldn't be moving.
But the thing is, Jackie, if we win the lottery, I'm buying this place for Mum and Dad, and then I'm going to probably buy the next door neighbour's house, knock it down, and build something that I like more. That also gets the added bonus of getting rid of the neighbour, and then I get a house next to the studio, because my house is meant to be the sewing studio, so this would then be turned back into Mum and Dad's main bedroom, because this was the master bedroom when you moved in, wasn't it?
It was. Very nice one too, actually.
Yes. I liked the lights that were in here. I'm sad that they went. They were like tulips, weren't they?
Yes. Yeah, I'd forgotten that.
I don't know why, but my stomach's rumbling. Maybe I should eat one of those chocolate biscuits. I bought chocolate biscuits.
Oh, did you?
I did.
Perhaps I should go make a cup of tea then.
Ooh. Oh. Did you eat all the chocolate last night?
I was not bad.
That's good, because I'm not going shopping till tomorrow.
We're eking everything out.
It's weird not being able to just go and pick up what you want when you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've got 2 melons that I need to eat. They've finally got to the point where they're ripe, but they've gone. They're like an avocado. They're like you got a 5-minute window of them being, and then they're too much.
Eat more.
So I think I'm going to be having melon and salad for dinner tonight. Because I defrosted some chicken yesterday, so I need to cook that up. Although I might. Because I cooked a whole batch last time, but then it wasn't as nice having cold chicken as it was having hot chicken on the salad. So I might not batch cook it. The last time I went to the shop, the only pasta that was available was spaghetti. So I've been cooking spaghetti because I've got some normal pasta the second time I went, but I might as well use the spaghetti. But I forgot how annoying spaghetti was to eat.
Yeah,
and I had to put a bib on so that I don't get it all over myself. Do not sew over the pins. I need to teach you to use the cover stitch as well. It's completely different to the overlocker. You don't sew. You only ever sew on fabric. You don't sew, like, you chain off on the overlocker. Yeah, you don't do that. It's bad for it on the other one.
Oh, Sue, you've been let out.
Sorry?
You've let her out.
You were dog sitting because she was being noisy. It's going to be 4 hours and I've done 2 t-shirts. It's the same as last week. It'll be fine.
Well, at least you've done something. That's good.
This is true. I have just made t-shirts this week. I was saying my lookbook for this month is going to be a whole bunch of fails. Where did we get to? Sal said, I would buy your house, but my kids would be upset that I'm living half a planet away. Yeah. The Australian Isle of Wight commute is a little long.
I would say so.
Vanessa says, I just accepted a new house to rent, and the lady was all upset because she didn't know how I would see it right now. And then she was confused when I told her I'd take it without seeing it. Lol. Oh, bless her. Did they have good pictures and a virtual tour online? Or is it a type of building that you know because you've lived in one of the flats before kind of thing? Or is it a house? Or, yeah, that is brave. Julie says, if you ever see you in real life, I'll tell you that your seams are off. You do, Julie. You'd be too close. Caroline says, try a Wazjig, they're fun. Oh, okay. That's jigsaw backwards. I shall have to have a look at those. I was just like, what is
What's
a
a
Wazjig?
Wazjig?
It's jigsaw backwards.
Oh. Is it a different kind of
I'm
jigsaw?
guessing it's a puzzle, a brand of some kind. I don't know. We'll have to have a look. But it's something because like a game of cards is at least an hour's commitment, and I can't do that at the moment because this has just been ridiculous for the last 2 weeks constantly. So yeah,
we can always stop halfway.
I know, but it's not that much.
And you won last time.
I did win last time. That's it. I've won, so I'm now retired.
That's what I thought.
I'm getting grumpy, and I don't want to get grumpy. So
there we are. One border. Shall I put some back on it?
you mean sashing?
Sashing.
Have I used the right term this
Yes.
time? Isn't it pretty?
Oh.
Doesn't my dress look lovely?
Yeah.
I am gonna shut up about that.
That is one bit.
I was gonna say, do you need sashing? Will that not make it too big or too small?
Yeah,
It ought to have.
this is 3 inches and I need 4.
It ought to have borders.
So it will, yeah. Decide on the colour and then use the black in between. I've got one done, that would be good. And then I can see if we like the experiment.
She's talking to herself again. Have you got enough of the white? If you cut all the big bits out that you need to,
Oh yeah, I've got plenty.
do you end up with enough left?
Yeah.
Good.
Yep, same there. Yeah. Still more. Whether I've got enough for 48 cut, I'm not sure. But there's plenty left.
That's good.
Especially if I do the other Carnegies in the other place.
Yeah. Are you making the tea that you mentioned?
Oh.
Yeah, she mentioned tea.
Oh, okay.
I like having her in here. This is awesome. Where did we get to? Caroline says, my grandparents' farm had a Ray-Ban when I was little. Sal says, I have a puzzle that if you completed it, you literally got $2 million. The competition lasted 7 years with no winner. Oh, wow. Linnea says, so I'm making a blouse and I cut out a bonus camisole from the leftover fabric and sewing up the cami first because that makes sense. It does, yeah. Don't know if you heard that. Something weird's going on in the kitchen. Julie says, oh, that's where that's coming from. It'll be fine. I'll tell you from half a mile away. Anessa says, they have a layout plan online and I've been waiting 5 years to get moved out of the very bad neighbourhood the kids and I live in. Fair enough. Fair enough. Caroline says, they give you a picture and the puzzle you make is either what one of the characters is looking at or what happens next sort of thing. Oh, cool. Eileen says, Sean, you are so lucky to have a fabric washing fairy. Do you also have an ironing fairy? I hate having to iron large quantities of fabric. No, unfortunately, he doesn't do that. Yeah, he doesn't do that at all. I hate ironing as well, but I don't actually mind ironing fabric to sew, and then I don't mind ironing as I go. I just hate ironing washed garments. Like my Eve dresses all need a good press because they've been crammed into my wardrobe. I'm actually thinking I'm going to take my scuba dresses out and fold my scuba dresses because they will take that. And I do have a drawer empty now because I brought all my knit fabrics down to the main house. They're all under the desk down there, the remainder of my knit stash. If we don't look at the Bisco's jersey that I have up there. and the bits that I have up there. But yeah, so I have a drawer free. So I'm thinking I might take my scuba dresses out, which will give my woven dresses a little bit more breathing room. But then I will make more dresses to fill up that space, as we all know. So probably won't work. But yeah, I need to iron all my Eve dresses. Although I do have a steamer, so I ought to probably just break that out and see if that works. Okay. Fabric's just rolling a little bit, which is a bit annoying. But never mind, we're getting there. Getting there. Slowly but surely. I'm sticking my tongue out. Oh, it's going to happen eventually. Right. So I need to go and
There you go,
those.
Mum.
Thank you very much.
I get a chocolate biscuit for that.
Are you stealing one of my chocolate biscuits?
I certainly am.
Okay. Stealing again.
Oh, what is that? All you've got?
No, there's an entire packet in the tin.
Sorry.
They're yours.
Oh, okay. I shall steal one of my biscuits. What are you like?
Lynn says that your flying geese are brilliant.
Oh,
Laurie
thank you.
says I used to drive my mum crazy because I would iron for work every day. Alison says, hello Sian, I'm here. Don't mind ironing, although I have my new Oliso CO iron and it's still in its box. That's the one that stands up. I would have one of those just to watch it stand up.
Aren't they fun?
Yeah. Well, they're ridiculously expensive.
Oh,
And Laurie says, just came back from my morning repotting 2 lemon trees I'm growing from seed. Oh, wow. Remind me where you live again, Laurie? And in the States somewhere, I think. Having said that, you'll be in Canada now, won't you? I massively offended you. I hope it's in the States. Miami. That's it. Thank you. That'll be why you've got lemon trees. I don't think we'd succeed in growing lemon trees here, would we, Mum? She's got biscuit in her mouth. She can't answer.
yeah. Put a biscuit.
Well, you know, do you remember when we were up at Nia's and the sides of my mouth were splitting? Can you remember what Nia said it was? Because it's not what you said it was. It's doing it again. I think she said it was lack of vitamin D or something.
Oh, could be, yes.
Maybe I ought to go outside.
That sunshine.
It's getting warmer. But yeah, the side of my mouth is split again. It hurts. But it's not a cold sore because I don't have those. You enjoying that biscuit? I can only hear happy nunchy noises.
Yummy. Thinking about going around the corners.
Why don't you do little squares?
What, just put a square on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, because this fits. Because I was wondering whether to continue with the colour or start
Well, why don't you do
the
a
same again.
little white square in each corner?
Or I could do a little diamond.
You could.
Yeah. In orange.
You could. That would tie in with the rest because you're going to do the corners in orange on the border.
In which case, should I carry on with the colours? Because it's 2 less than the number I've got.
What does that mean? What is 2 less than the number you've got?
Well, that it hasn't. That's finished at the end of the blue, so it hasn't got a black and a dark grey and a black on it.
That's fine. Yeah, just carry on.
Just carry on. So to start with a dark grey and black.
Oh, right. Well, you mean not make them the same? I don't know. What do you think?
That's one. That's one.
So you're asking me for, I would try and make them the same as they are, so that they will kind of fluid. But that's me. I like symmetry.
I agree. Well, I think that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, okay
And
then.
we'll just have the black and the dark ones in the middle.
Okay.
That's great.
Got there eventually.
Decision.
I don't know. What do you think? That's what I'm asking you, woman.
Decision made. Follow that colour. Right. I can do this. It's quite fun doing this again, actually. It's very precise.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it because you've got a lot of them to do.
Yes. I only got 48. Oh, 48 of these pieces. Yes.
Well, no. Well, if it's 3, it was 3 things per side, wasn't it? That's why there's 48.
Yeah.
Not that there's 48 things in total.
No.
There's 16 in total, right?
I can do this.
Maths. We can do this. Okay, so just need to sew up the side seams, and that one's done. I'm just going to press up the hem on this one, ready for the cover stitch when I get to that. She's waffling to herself again. What have you lost?
The top threads sort of got itself in a place that I don't really want it.
That's no good.
Yeah, I put my orange plate on for this as well.
Your single layer,
Mm.
yeah. Yeah, you're no stitch width.
No.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Oh, right, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
One for you, one for that.
Right. We shall sit there like Darby and Joan.
You have to put socks on over the socks, like the plastic socks, to keep them in place.
You go to bed in.
No, you only keep them on for an hour or an hour and a half at the tops.
Right.
But you wash your feet first, then put the thing on, and it's like a little plastic slip-on shoe, but it's quite loose, so that's why you put a sock on top of it to hold it into place, and then keep it on for an hour or an hour and a half, and then take them off and wash your feet and put the foot cream on, and then wait. Right, so the side seams. I'm going to have 2 t-shirts done in 4 hours. It's about the same as last week. And if I move on to the yellow one, I should have that done. So 6 t-shirts and so 3 t-shirts in 6 hours. They only take me an hour in real life. This is real life when I'm not waffling at you.
You're always waffling at them.
This is true, and they let me.
Yeah, I know.
We've got 113 of us at the moment.
Wow.
Yes. Well, don't forget to like the video and put a little comment on as well when the video's over. That very much helps, even if it's just a little heart emoji or a little smiley emoji or something. And if you've been chatting away in the comments here, they don't count as video comments once the video's up and published and we've stopped streaming. So yes, feel free to give it a little like or emoji. That would be lovely. Thank you very much. Every little helps. It shows the algorithm that there's interaction with the video and my audience, so that I'm not just kind of like putting out videos to nobody that's actually engaged in the content. That's why likes and comments are good, is because it shows the algorithm that you guys are engaged with what's being put out on the channel. So,
They can see that.
well,
Watch it.
no, they don't. There's something like 400 hours of YouTube uploaded every second. It's
Wow.
it's mental. Yeah, it's a vast place, and you can pretty much find anything you want on it.
True.
So, including people teaching you to make sourdough bread.
Mm-hmm.
So yes,
Jack.
Don't think that's going to narrow it down very much. We'll have to find out what his proper channel's called. Jack Bakes or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Eileen says Lisa Comfort is sewing the Eve dress live on YouTube next week. She goes live at 1 p.m. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Who?
Lisa Comfort.
Oh.
She's doing quite a lot of live streams, live sew alongs actually.
Mm.
She's going through her entire pattern wardrobe. She's going to have so many clothes by the end of this. I'm going to be interested to see which fabric she picks, because she always picks really pretty fabrics for her Eve dresses. Where do we get to? Let's go vlog. Hello to all of you guys. New friend here, helping to each other. Thanks. Hello, welcome. Alison says, I got my iron after the Christmas sales in Spotlight. It was $90 instead of $250, so it was a bargain. That was a bargain. You need to take it out of its box and just watch it stand up, even if you don't iron with it. I just want to watch it stand up. If anyone watched any of Chris W Designs videos, her tutorials that you have to pay for, but her iron every now and again has a little fit and does a little dance. Just goes up and down, up and down.
Really?
Yeah. And it makes a little noise when it does it, so it's just really funny. She has to like put some pressure on it so that, and then it just behaves itself. But every now and again she'll put it down and it'll be like whoop whoop whoop.
Like having a pet. Good as Susie ironed.
Yeah, they were asking if Dad ironed. That tells you everything you need to know.
No.
The answer to that is no, not even if he wants to wear the thing.
No. I get asked.
Please, could you iron? Nana taught him how to iron.
Or they
so
just get put in the
cupboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, suddenly this pile of stuff ironing appears. Smart Arts and Crafts says, hi friends, I'm a new PL, connect me. I'm new, please connect me. Hello, welcome. Julie says, it's like listening to the vultures in the Jungle Book. What are we doing now? I don't know. What do you think? Me and you talk. What? Yeah. What are we supposed to be doing? I don't know. Use your choice. But that's what I'm asking you. Like the blind leading the blind.
I didn't know it was a vulture.
I think we need to watch the Jungle Book again. There must be a point where they're doing what we were just doing. It's like, no, but I'm asking you that question. But I'm asking you that question. Michelle says, I'm going to love you and leave you. Going to the daughters for lunch. After 4 weeks, I'm ready to see my daughter and granddaughter. Oh, bless. Have a lovely time. Janice says, could you please show the camera the bottom of your iron? It sure sounds like a good amount of steam. Sure, 2 secs. Mum bought this one from the supermarket in Saudi Arabia. I'm sure we can find it.
It was a new one, wasn't it? Because that one broke.
Oh, yeah. No, this is
the
a
gold
new one.
one. Yes.
I've been fibbing to you guys.
Gold on it.
Neo
That was it.
bought the same one, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, we did get it from Amazon. The Saudi one broke.
Yeah, it died.
Been overused. Chiana came in here the other day when she was out and about, and she jumped up onto the ironing board and she started rubbing her face on the iron. Thankfully it was off, but it was just like, oh, for goodness sake, Kat, you got a death wish or something. Sorry, you were saying that?
You and Nia and James came out to in Saudi the other day. So it must be 6 years.
Yeah, 6 years ago.
Yeah. And it looked very nice.
Actually, 7 years ago, because we came October and May, didn't we?
Yes.
I miss the pool and the fabric shopping.
The barbecue was good.
The barbecue was very good.
And
the tent was good too. But yeah, the back garden was, or the front garden was lovely.
yeah.
As was the house.
The house was gorgeous.
Yeah.
I'd like to have brought it home.
Yes. Didn't press the side seams in my gable. I'll have to do that when I do these ones. Okay. Got there.
I'm going to drink my tea.
Otherwise I'll get told off for letting it go cold.
Yeah.
Oh, it's perfect. Let's see, where did we get to? Janice said, oh, yeah, you wanted to see the bottom of the iron, didn't you? Don't know why. There's a lot of but yes, that is our iron. Philips Perfect Care Power Life Optimal Temp, 2,600 watts. So
Yeah, it wasn't cheap, but on the other hand.
it was around 70, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't like one of these.
Like my ridiculous £300 iron that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Where did we get to? Shona says, I am at the arguing stage with my quilt. 5 kilograms into 7 kilograms weighted quilted blanket. Oh, wow. Alison asks how Chiana is today. She's not too bad today. She's still not herself and she's still being sick. So I'm going to ring the vet tomorrow because I am worried. Because I know cats are sometimes sick, but she is being sick about the same time every evening, or every other evening, I should say. She wasn't last night, which was nice. Because she still manages to do it on the £3,500 rug. Which I clean. It's like she did it on the blanket. and then she moved to try and to be sick again, and she was nearly sick on the sofa. So I tried to put the blanket under her so that she was sick on the same thing, and she moved so that she was sick on the sofa, not the blanket. It's like, oh,
What is she doing? You haven't trained her.
trying to explain to your cat, please be sick in the same place.
Yes.
Nope. She's okay, but she's not 100% herself. So. Where did we get to? Janice says, lucky you, Michelle. Then Alex says, dear algorithm, I'm engaging, but I'm sewing slippery lining fabric, so can't type. I'll leave a comment later too. Thank you, Alex. Janice says, oops, have a great lunch, Michelle. I thought there was more to that comment. Bethany says, I have done all the machine sewing. Now it's just hand finishing and buttons for the shirtwaist. But first, I shall go and make a coffee. Well, please put it in the Peeps group later, Bethany. I'd really like to see it. Noelia says, like. Sal says, Alex, what is the Cipro fabric called? Alex says, Sal, it's acetate nylon and viscose, 90 GSM, and it's lovely, but I hate sewing it. It's called Purgatory, I think. I'm actually considering, I want to get some lining fabrics for 2 of the projects I want to make next month. And Sherwood Fabrics have some 70% viscose, 30% acetate lining for £8 a metre, which is better price than the Truro Fabrics lining, which is £10 per metre.
That lovely copper stuff that Nia gave me, it's shredded inside my trousers, so I'll have to do it again. I don't know why.
That's very odd. Very odd. But yeah, I need to get some lining because I have 2 projects next month that are ever so slightly sheer fabrics, and I want to make not fitted trousers, but trousers that not. If it was a voluminous skirt, I'd get away with it, but with them, even wide leg trousers, I still think I need to line them. Sal says, I have a trench coat made from 100% acetate rayon, both outside and lining, bought, not made. Julie says, another thing I can tell when we meet you, did you press those seams? Soon it will be dinner time here. I hope to be back before you finish for the day. Yeah, we're still going. I've got a couple of hours at least left in me. Sal says, we just saw the bottom of Sian's iron. This live stream just got X-rated. Careful, Sal, you'll get me demonetized. Janice says, thank you. I purchased my iron from QVC years ago. I like yours better. We got ours from Amazon. Now that I've remembered that the Saudi Arabian iron has died.
But it was the gold that did it.
Yeah, it was gold. My mum's phone's gold.
Black and gold.
Yeah.
What do you want?
And Shona says, if you're worried, phone the vet. They are still open, but probably offer you a phone or video consult to start. Oh, Shona, she a couple of weeks ago she swallowed some thread, and she's actually been sedated, x-rayed, and been given an enema to get the thread out of her. So I'm worried that it's related to that, although they didn't see anything on the x-rays that worried them. So they're aware of what's going on with her, and they did say to call if she was sick, so I will be calling on Monday. But yes, the vets have been absolutely amazing. And because the 2 times that when she ate the thread, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night, and then when the thread made a reappearance about 10 days later, it was 1 o'clock in the morning. So I phoned the emergency vets because she was clearly in pain and in distress, and they were brilliant. So yes, she has been to the vets recently, like last week, and mum has been helping me give her medicine, which was fun. She made some very interesting faces, didn't she? She was trying to snarl and keep her mouth shut at the same time, wasn't she?
Yeah,
so
happy.
Yeah, no, she wasn't happy. Although she's forgiven you. You got you got headbutts when you went up last, so you know she has forgiven you. Alex says, GG viscose lining, it's great, and I think about £6 per metre. Oh, Catherine Carney. Oh, cool. And Shona's just given the thumbs up to the poor wee soul. Yes, bless her. She's not having a good time at the moment because she'd been back from the vets for about a day and a half, and she was desperate to go outside. So I'd let her. I think she'd managed to actually escape. She'd like run through the front door when I came home, so I let her out. And about half an hour later, the giant Siamese chased her over the balcony. And usually, she's quite a graceful cat. She usually manages to get from the balcony to the window, the kitchen window, to get in. And she sits in the kitchen window and hisses at the Siamese. But it was chasing her, and she was running so fast this time that she jumped on the balcony, and the Siamese went after her, bit her tail, and she ended up hanging off the edge of the balcony by her claws. And the Siamese is at the top batting at her. So I got my spider catcher out and went and chased it away. Because it had backed her under the house and was just not going to let her out. And that was the first time she's been out in months, since last summer. And I've seen the Siamese quite frequently, but it hasn't come to visit for a while. And yeah, the first time she was out, the bloody thing chases her again. So it bitten her tail, so her tail was swollen. And then later that night, she was holding her tail very strangely, and I was worried she dislocated it because she was not going to let me touch it. She was getting very angry with me, and it was just like, you've just come back from the vet, you can't possibly need to go back again. So yeah, she's being shut in at the moment, which is not her favourite thing. She likes to go outside. She doesn't go very far. She kind of goes around the perimeter of the garden, and she sometimes goes out of the garden, but not often. But yeah, that bloody Siamese terrorizes all the neighbours' cats. No. Duvalier says, okay, call quits on purging and clearing my shit out. I have too much nonsense floating around my flat, and 4 hours of cleaning have touched only 3 areas: 1 cupboard, a hallway, and 3 drawers in my desk. It's better than nothing. I still really want to completely take my wardrobe, everything out of my wardrobe, including all of the shelves and the fixtures and fittings, and reorganise it. And it's only because I'm bored, and I've been watching lots of people do it on Instagram, on YouTube. Lots of people have been reorganising their wardrobes, and it looks like so much fun, as well as being so much hard work. I really enjoy it.
Sounds like a bloody nightmare to me.
I really enjoy it, and I think I can reorganise it slightly so that it is slightly more space using, I think. But I mean, it's like when I did Alvin's, when I did yeah, then there's only a certain amount of stuff that if once it's in there, you can rearrange it, but it's still the same amount of stuff. So
yeah.
Right, tea is drunk. Thank you very much, Mama. It was nice.
Pleasure.
Right. Shaz says, need to go and start dinner. Have a good afternoon, everyone. Happy sewing. Thank you for hanging out with us. It was lovely to have you. Okay. Noelia says, I like to watch cleaning videos. I just enjoy seeing people's wardrobes. Although I have to say, so many people have got such a boring colour palette. And like all the people that do, oh, my capsule wardrobe, and it's just like, I have a black shirt, I have a white shirt, I have blue jeans, I have a jacket. And there's no print, no colour. And it just, oh, no. Not for me. One of my favourite favourite vloggers, majority wears black and white clothing, but every now and again she will have a beautiful printed or vibrant dress, and it's just like, oh, that's so pretty.
Are you winning?
Yeah, Noelia says, I like watching cleaning videos, but doesn't mean I like to clean. Sorry, I keep pressing send too soon. I agree about neutral clothes, too boring. Yeah. That's why I think you guys are going to be quite surprised by my last Sherwood Fabrics order, because there's only one print. The rest of it's all plain fabrics. There's still colour, because, well, I mean, one of them's grey, but you know, grey is a colour technically, isn't it? But yeah, I've done what I said I would, and ordered some solids so that all my prints have something to go with. And it's actually really funny. The print that I've ordered is the Cobra Corsage on the white or the Chantilly background in the jersey, and it looks really nice against all three of those solid fabrics. I've got a little pile waiting to show you when I start vlogging again, which I'm going to vlog tomorrow, so you'll have a vlog on Tuesday. And yeah, it's this little pile, and it looks really nice with the Cobra Corsage. It works with all the colours, the green and the tan colour and the grey. It looks nice. So I do have a little pile of solid fabrics in my wardrobe, my fabric wardrobe. It's not a very big one, but I do have some. Alison says, I'm starting sewing again after my move. I have printed out 2 patterns, the Gable and the Audrey. I'm looking forward to seeing the Audrey top. I haven't bought it as yet. I'm part of the PDF club, so I did have the chance to buy it with 10% off early. But I kind of reasoned with myself that I have so many t-shirt patterns that, as nice as it is, and it is lovely, so I need to work my way through the ones that I already own. But I've been seeing a lot of people sew the Audrey up, so I'll probably get quite tempted and end up buying it. Where did we get to? Gia says, haha, I think because you colour it with accessories. Yeah, but I just like prints. I would get, I mean, I'm not wearing anything overly bright and colourful today. I mean, I do have my rainbow stripes on my trousers, but you know, this has got holographic sequins on it, so it's one of those things that I do gravitate towards prints. That's why my last Sherwood Fabric order, I was trying to be good and get some things that would go with all of the prints that I have, and I think I've succeeded. T-shirt number 2, almost complete. I need to press the side seams and the underarm seams and press up the hem, and then need to hem it on my cover stitch. But that's it for pink. So
you've got to rethread.
Got to rethread.
Is that the overlock?
Yeah.
I'm quite good at that.
Yeah, Mum's better at it than me. I was convinced it was left to right, and it's not. It's blue first. Yeah.
I'm glad you looked it up.
No, you're totally right. Yeah. It's just, I think I even watched the same video as you, and she did say the same thing, and it even says on the overlock at that one first. But for some reason in my head, somebody had told me.
It's quite counterintuitive, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
yeah. You teach me to.
I'm sure somebody told me that it was
probably.
But there you go.
There you go. It took me half a day.
It did not.
To get it, yeah. To keep undoing it, trying again.
Yeah, well, the knots you tie, because I always just tie my thread off and pull it through. The knots you tie seem to come undone.
I know.
I don't know how you manage that. too. Duvalo says, according to the amount of garbage, I've done a lot. Noelia says you can have colourful solids. I do to match with the prints. Yeah. Yeah, the solids that I've bought are colourful. And then like one of the solids I have in my wardrobe is a bright purple crepe and teals and things like that. So I do buy them. I just don't sew with them very often. And I need to, especially if I'm making bright colour, printed bottoms or tops and things like that. I need to have stuff to wear them with. I think the thing that I need to be careful of is all the coats I want to make are all prints, and then all the clothes that I have are all prints, and that all gets a little bit much. Where did we get to? Sal says, I watched a video today of Pierce Brosnan doing a watch along of Goldeneye. It was highly entertaining. Oh, cool.
What was that?
Pierce Brosnan was doing a watch along video of him watching Goldeneye.
What, making comments?
Yeah.
Things? Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, my life hasn't changed that much since we've been in lockdown. Obviously, I don't get to go and see Wilson, and I don't get to go to the cinema. But other than that, my life's not really changed that much. But that is one thing that I do miss, is the cinema.
Yeah, it's nice to. I've worked it out because my hairdresser appointment was Friday.
Yeah.
So that's 6 weeks since I last went out of St Lawrence. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I go to Ventnor every Monday, but
No, I'm not even doing that.
no.
So weird. Very weird.
Right. Overlock it. It's threaded. It's back.
But no, I mean, our life hasn't actually changed that.
No.
We're very lucky.
Yeah. We could be in a worse place to be locked down, like a studio apartment in central London.
Yeah.
Poor sod.
Oh,
Okay. Now I need to change the thread on my sewing machine because I'm making a yellow wanted tee. I did get thread out the other day. Was it
it's on that table.
I don't have this. I think I'll use this one because I don't have a bright yellow thread.
Well, I might have.
Oh, that's okay.
You sure?
Yeah. Right.
I've got large spools of black and white that we bought at the Wiltshire, I think it was, which my machine won't like. It's the same sort of quality as the one you're using, I think.
Okay.
I didn't know then. If you're interested, they're huge. Huge.
I mean, our machines are the same. It's so weird that they like different threads.
But yours is much more
Forgiving.
No, these.
Oh. Yeah, you got them from Doughty's, weren't they?
Yeah.
Or Empress Mills. I can't remember which one it was.
Would you like them?
Oh, yeah.
It says Empress Mills on it. Spun poly.
I mean, I haven't got anywhere to store them right at the moment.
That's right.
Where do we get to with the chat? Gia says, I have a friend who wears only black and white, maybe red sometimes, but she spices it up with buttons, so they're so fun to see. Oh, that's a good idea. Which probably I will use for when I make my white shirt. It's probably not going to have normal buttons on it. Alison says, I went to my new Spotlight today and I think I will still keep ordering from my old Spotlight. No fabric buys today. Yes, really. Oh, wow. Duvalier says, according to my, I've done a lot. I've read that one. Read that one as well. Noelia says, I'm off for my daily constitutional. Might see you later. Awesome. Vicky says, I must admit, since I've started sewing, I'm more adventurous with print. Good. Sal says, yeah, he was talking about the behind the scenes stuff. Cool. We'll have to see if we can dig that out. Duvalier says, for how much longer is the lockdown in the UK? It's until the 11th of May, which will be 2 months. And Noelia says, we don't know yet. And Laurie says, I miss being able to run out to pick up the exact shade of thread for my projects. Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's just the little things that you used to take for granted that are now such a big deal.
Mm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we were given another 3 weeks last week that we're going to be in lockdown for.
Yeah.
And
but for Dad and
then we'll see.
it's probably, they said 12, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah. I still haven't eaten a chocolate biscuit, you know. No, you stole one of mine. Which was one of yours?
I was thinking about you.
Right. Okay, so I'm all threaded and stuff. I am going to make a bio break. If anybody plays World of Warcraft, you'll know that means. Maybe says, thank you for an enjoyable afternoon. Got my binding on my quilt and half the hand sewing. Need to go for a walk before dinner. See you all soon. Thank you for joining us, and I'll be back in a minute. You can't nick or steal anything because Mum's here.
You're telling they couldn't nick anything.
That lot. That lot, they misbehave when I leave. You can't misbehave because Mum's here.
I thought you must have a dog there or something.
No. What is she waffling about?
What's that?
No, this lot misbehave. Sal tries to move the mannequin.
Oh,
They all misbehave when I'm not here, keeping an eye on them.
really?
Yep. Can't take them anywhere.
Wow. Who'd have thought it?
Kathy says, I feel bad for all the people who've lost jobs during the lockdown. Yeah. And Wilson's bandmates. Wilson is one of the only musicians from his set that actually has a full-time day job as well. So many of them, obviously they can't, you know, they had their gigs in Switzerland, they had gigs in Austria, they had gigs all over the place that have all been cancelled. And yeah, it's really, really difficult. I mean, obviously Wilson misses playing as well, but yeah, he's been furloughed from his job, and it will hopefully be there for him in the 3 months when he gets to go back to it. But yeah, it's just, yeah, it's not good. Anessa says, yes, but we could convince her to move something for us. She's not going to side with you.
Okay, next time we'll sort something out.
No.
That sounds like fun.
No. And then Sal says, cloak of invisibility time then. Nicola says, yep, be right back. Yep, grab handfuls of chocolate and the chocolate biscuits. And then Caroline says, what, us? Never. What, you'd not misbehave? You lot? Ever? Really? Who are you and what have you done with my peeps?
Yeah.
I was genuinely surprised how much this colour suited me when I made it last time.
Yeah, it looked really good, didn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
I was really surprised. It was one of those ones that I bought, and it was way brighter than it when it arrived. And I was just like, okay, but I think it kind of worked with the pale skin and the red hair.
yeah, it's yellow.
Not an easy colour to wear, no. But I really liked it. So the bit that I had left, I'm making a wanted tee with. It's going to go very nicely with my lemon skirt that I have made. Really ought to start wearing all those skirts. Well, I will be, because I'm making tops to go with them. So now I have things to wear them with. So yes. And Caroline says, not that we would admit to in court anyway. And Anessa says, Cara, or in a recording of some kind, right? Yeah, you guys know this is all like recorded forever and it's on the internet forever now, right? Oopsie. That's okay. Right, ironing time. I'm going to have a chocolate biscuit on the way around. Or at least a bite of one. If I can. Mm. I said last week, didn't I, that I was going to take my Birder magazines up to have a look at them. There's the one that Karen sent me with the Dirndl pattern in it that I want to make, but I also don't want to make it when I'm this big. I want to make it when I'm a bit smaller.
What's the Dirndl?
The corset type thing. Do you remember she sent me that beautiful silk?
Yeah.
So yeah, remember it this time. I completely forgot last week. So I'm going to put those in my bag to take up to have a look through this evening whilst I try and entertain Shiana. So, right, let's do some ironing. Fun times. We need to do your water filter overnight again or something. We're running out. You can
top it up anytime you like, but just refill the jug.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was doing it on a regular basis. I haven't done it.
Yeah, because you haven't been ironing things, but you're going to be ironing things now, aren't you?
That's right. Again.
So there's both those things we're using it. So we usually get the deionized. Oh, we usually get the deionized water from the local hardware store.
Well, actually, this works fine, doesn't it?
It does. It's just, well, it is every now and again when I do the steam, it is getting white bits out.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it shouldn't.
What it is. So I don't think it's as happy with this as it is with the deionized water. But the hardware store has closed. I wonder if we could get it from Amazon. That's the trouble, is like you want to support your local stores. But if they're not able to open to sell the things that you need, then you have to go to one of the big box stores.
Yeah.
But yeah. This iron is making some very funny noises. I'll press the side seams of my other two tops while I'm up here as well, whilst I remember, so that they get done. Someone asked the other day if anyone had genuinely enjoyed batch sewing. I guess it depends on what you're doing, and I suppose what I'm doing at the moment can be considered batch sewing, couldn't it?
Yeah.
What you're doing is considered
I was going to
batch sewing.
say.
I mean, clearly this person has never quilted.
There's a lot of repeat work, isn't
Yeah. I still need to finish that quilt that I started 3-4 years ago.
It's very nice.
It only needs a tiny little bit of, I mean, it's not a tiny bit of quilting, but it's all straight line quilting, so it's really boring. But I really ought to finish it.
I've got rulers if you want to use them.
Oh, I've already marked in the quilting lines. I've already drawn them on. I've just got to do it.
No, but I mean rulers.
Oh.
Yeah. You just go along.
Yeah.
Keep you on straight and narrow, as it were.
I've already done one bit that's not straight and narrow, though. I'd be worried that it would stand out at the end. Like, that bit's not straight. No, it is not. If anyone doesn't know that this is a sewing channel and they just kind of click on, they're like, oh, look, somebody's live. Let's click on this one. The thumbnail's a cat and there's me ironing.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Are people chatting to themselves at the moment? You do that,
I think
or-
so, yes.
That's good.
Let's see. Where did I get to? Nimoy says, I was lured outside with ice cream an hour ago and ended up putting together the wood shredder for my mum. What did I miss? Not a lot. I still really only successfully managed to sew 2 t-shirts. But I'm getting there. Slowly but surely.
It's the quality that counts, not the quantity.
It's the waffle in between that counts.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Duvalier says, Sean, are you planning another hangout on Sunday or Friday? I think Sunday. I think Friday is my actual birthday. So I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, I think we'll do the hangout on Sunday if that's all right with you guys. I might even dress up. Because why not?
You have today.
Well, I mean,
sparkly.
yeah. That's another reason that I'm making all these t-shirts and things, is because I would like my kind of casual wardrobe to still look colourful. I mean, that's never going to be a problem really with me, is it? But yeah. So yes, next hangout will be next Sunday as well, because I'm probably going to watch a movie with Wilson, or we're going to attempt to do that.
What?
At the same time.
Virtual.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we could try and have an afternoon tea.
Yeah.
Because you want rock cakes.
I do want
birthday cake.
I do want rock cakes.
So we could make other sandwiches and things.
Okay.
Is what I was thinking.
Okay. Remember to put anything you want on the list for tomorrow, because I'm not going shopping again until the following Monday.
Some parma ham then again, nicely in the sandwiches, wouldn't it? Do you like smoked salmon?
No.
Won't get smoked salmon. Parma ham?
But I do like parma ham very much. But no smoked salmon for me, thank you.
What else do you like? I'll just tell you to get what you like, and then we can
Buy your own birthday tea.
I'll put it together.
Okay. Ironing done. Let's go back and get this neckline together. Fun times. It's a good job the wanted tee is as pretty as it is, because the neckline is fiddly.
Is it?
Yeah. You've got mitered corners to deal with.
Ooh.
In Jersey.
Ooh.
Yeah. Fun times. Right. There's my sleeves. Okay, where did we get to with the chat? Let's see. Sal says, just like in the Will Smith movie, I Am Legend, the mannequin will move by itself. No, don't even go there. I've watched that movie once and it gave me nightmares. So no. No. Eileen says, Jane, I imagine the Paducah, Kentucky trip was pushed off for quite a while. We wanted to go to the Paducah quilt teach.
I do.
Yeah. We will get there eventually. We're going to get to Australia eventually. We're going to get to all these places eventually. But not for a while.
Not for a while, no. I'd love to go to that. That's one of my bucket lists.
Yes.
Be even nicer if one of my quilts was in it. I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay, just marking on my match points like I did last time. And okay, let's do, no, that's the sleeves. Let's do the front.
This thread is so fine, it's really difficult to get a hold of.
Oh.
It's really good for this.
Where did we get to? Julie says, oh yeah, I'm back. Welcome back, Julie. And Carol says, maybe your local petrol station would have it. Ours does. Oh, that's a good point. Although we are trying to be hands-free at the petrol station and our little one has closed. And the one at Asda only has a pay kiosk. It doesn't have a actual shop attached to it because it's attached to Asda. And yeah, so maybe Stephanie says, you're wearing the sparkly top. I had a sleep in this morning, so I'm just joining from California. Welcome. Julie says, let the Haigi continue. And then Sal says, cover your eyes, children. Shana is flashing her iron bottom again. Julie says, isn't Friday your birthday? Friday is my birthday. I shall be 41 years old. Ooh. How did that happen?
Scary.
Where do we get to? Karin says, does anyone need a recommendation for a face mask for people wearing glasses? Well, that's a good point. I hadn't even considered that. They'd get in the way, wouldn't they?
Oh, I see. Yes.
Caro says, yay, just finished altering my culottes and resetting the zip. Now I can cross stitch. Awesome. Linnea says, almost done with the cami. The blouse is next and they go great with the pants I made last time. Prints on them. Awesome. And Julie says, level 41. Wow. Yes. She'll be leveling up. Not aging. And Caro says, Tesco do it in store if that's the supermarket you use. We don't. We could go to the big Tesco's, but I'm actually just going to the local town over, as I say, or the village over. So yeah, I mean the filter water's okay for now.
Yeah, we can always give it a steam clean.
Yeah. Yes.
Not with this one though. This one has been very gently treated.
Yes. Maybe that's why it's throwing out little white bits when you press the steam now, because it's like, well, where's my usual deionized water?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Doing?
I'm used to better than this. Spoilt iron. Who knew that it was even a thing? Sal says, Sean, you do realise that you look 41 when you're 51. No, by then science will have caught up and I'll look 20 again. Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying science will have caught up. Oopsie, got both bits stuck all that bit. This is fiddly. Very fiddly.
Oh, thanks. Mm.
I love this jersey to wear, but it is a pain. It's not a pain to work with. It's just, it's not as easy to work with as cotton.
Mm.
So,
I was wearing my silk blouse one day.
you must. You went to all that effort to make the thing. I wonder what selection of fabric they'll have when we get to go in September, because we are thinking positive about it.
Yeah.
We'll have to take Laurie Ann with us as well. I wonder if Larry will come.
Oh, he might.
He probably will, actually. Tatty will probably want to come as well.
Good. It was a lovely shop.
It
A
was.
beautiful cat.
Yes, Tatty will come for the cat, if nothing else.
Yes. Yes. We'll tempt her with the cat. That was weird finding it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Round in circles.
It wasn't immediately obvious. I mean, it was once you'd spotted it, but it was having to spot it because it was in a residential bit and it looked like the bottom of someone's house, which I think is what it was.
Yeah, I'm sure. They had a bit of an extension. And voila.
But they had a nice selection of a little bit of everything, didn't
Yeah,
they?
they did. I've got to make Anne's dresses up.
Yes, I've got to make something with the fabrics I bought from it as well. One of them is a really nice silk. I don't want to make this out. Concentration face again. Okay. Whoops. Oh, come on. Why is this not working? Let's try it again. There we go, that's better. Trim threads. Eat some chocolate.
Get your priorities right.
Uh-huh. gotta be careful, otherwise you might come and steal more biscuits. Threads are trimmed. Where did I get to? Duvalier says, I bought table water from the local supermarket when I went for groceries. Caroline says, hi everyone, nice to join you. I'm currently finishing off a wanted tea. Well, I'm trying to do the same thing. Failing. Lottie says, I use the water from my dehumidifier for my iron. Do you happen to have one anywhere, or friends or neighbours with one? No, somebody actually also said the water out of the tumble dryer.
Oh yeah, you get plenty of that.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Apparently.
Ooh.
They recommended it.
Ooh.
That was last week.
Okay.
Julie says, you look beautiful no matter your level. Thank you, Julie. I feel very naked at the moment. My eyelashes are completely gone, so my eyes feel really tiny. And because of the way that the eyelash extensions work, they fall off at the end of the natural lashes life cycle. So the only eyelashes I have left are all the new little baby ones that are just going through. So they're all really, really tiny.
It's horrible when that happens.
Yeah, so I feel like a naked mole rat. I'm very grateful for my glasses. Julie says, oh, I've read that one. Nimue says, if you've inherited your mother's genes, you'll be fine for quite a while. Jane looks too young to have a 41-year-old daughter.
Oh, bless her.
You can come again, Nimue.
You're my friend.
And Julie says to Nimue, what a lovely compliment. And then Nimue says, just saying the truth. Oh, you're making both of us blush.
Yeah.
Julie says, I've heard the water from the laundry dryer works fine for your iron as well. I use tap in mine, but we have no impurities in the water where I live. That's nice. Yeah. Cecilia is back. My Prince Charming bought me breakfast and we watched some television for our breakfast date. Oh, nice. And then Julie says, the glasses hide the missing lashes. Yes, they do. It's really weird because the last time I dated Wilson, I had them on, and this is the first time that I've not had them, and I feel so, I miss my glamorous lashes.
You can get them done before you go.
Oh, I bloody well will. I'm not going up looking like this. The minute she opens again, I'm going to be first person at the door. I'll be like, yep.
Will it be a whole new thing though?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Well, I haven't spent money on them for maintaining them whilst I'm not here.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
I did think about that. Because she said to me, she's like, I can do top ups as long as you have some lashes left, and I had like 4 left, and I was like, well, should I try and keep them? Because she said she can top up as long as there's something there. It was like, no,
Don't think that would work.
no, I look like Isma from. I made Mum and Dad watch The Emperor's New Groove for the first time the other day. Mum had never seen it before.
No, I enjoyed it.
They've got a new Amazon Fire Stick. So they were having fun and games trying to teach them how to use the remote, because you can talk to the remote. Apparently Dad was having fun trying to find Picard the other day, and you just have to hold the thing and say Picard and it all comes up for you.
Which was great. Really enjoyed it actually. Wow, it's not a bad effort.
You calling it a day?
I think yes. It's 2.
You're not going to sew them together?
I was going to do the third one.
Oh,
do
okay.
more at the same time. Now I know what I'm doing. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Please do them.
It's been. Oh, I've just left the camera facing around that way.
That's not good.
Hello. It's been fun hanging out with Mum in here, isn't it? She's not been annoying or disturbing at all, has she? Because she was worried that she was going to be too loud on her sewing machine.
Yeah.
But it's not been too loud, has it?
I hope not.
I don't think they think so. But they're going to let us know in a minute. Yes, don't let her back in ever. Too noisy. I'm gonna.
Well, apart from the very first one that I did that I had to unpick, I haven't had to unpick any. That's good. I was remembering how to do it. It came back quite quickly.
Oh, came screaming back.
Yeah, that's it. Which is good. Right. I'm going to leave you to it then.
She's off.
Bye bye, Peeps. Thank you
They
for
were saying,
having me.
hang on. Julie says, oh no, I think if Wilson saw you in your natural state, that would be awful and he'll run for the hills. Dubile say, I'd say she was too quiet. This is about you.
Oh,
Well, you were too quiet.
ooh.
Vanessa says, it's been very nice and we appreciate having the accomplice. Don't give her ideas. Caroline says, we're very quiet machine chuntering in the background and we've enjoyed her company. Julie says, it's been lovely to have Jane in the background. Alex says, QQ is always fun. Jackie says, the little bit I've managed to catch, it's nice having your mum there. Stephanie says, it was so happy to hear Mum was with you. And then they're all saying goodbye to you.
Good, I just wait. That was good. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for hanging out with us. Can you shut the
Door
door?
shut.
Yes, please, because you're watching the TV. Well, Dad's watching the TV really loudly because he refuses to put his hearing aid in.
Yeah.
Right. Let's see if I can pin the thing on the right way around this time. It would help if I have this the right way around. Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's one side. Concentration face again. And that's the other side. Middle pinned. Then we can do some sewing. Oh, let's see. Lots of people say goodbye to Mum. Julie says, my dad is like that too. Although he has them in, he will not turn up the volume so you can hear what is said to him. Dad just refuses to wear his. It's very frustrating. Okay. I've got the song from the Emperor's New Groove in my head now because we talked about it. There we go. Okay. So let's get this neckband in. Hopefully get everything lined up. There we go, feels better. Felt like I had something tucked, which you do not want. No tucks or puckers. Try saying that fast. Actually, don't. You are meant to baste the edge of the neckline in place, but I am a bit lazy and I don't do that. I've found so far that it all behaves itself fairly well. Okay, so that's the front bit in. Oh, please don't have cut. Please don't have cut. Oh, that was close. That would not have been good. I would have cried because I don't have any more of this yellow. And I'm looking forward to having a bright yellow t-shirt. Where did we get to? Right, need to snip into my corners carefully. Okay. Now, middle of the neckline, middle of the neckband. Okay. Let's not get this twisted. One thing I always worry about is getting this twisted. No, I mean, I'd noticed before I started sewing it because I have to pin it all into place. But no twisted neckbands. Thank you very much. Okay. Where did we get to? Janice says, maybe Granddad's always said he had heard enough. Julie says, I've not seen it in years. Maybe I should try and find it. And then she laughed at Janice, and she says, but again, I love to sew podcast. It's keeping me company at the moment. Whenever I'm not watching the waffles. Julie says, bright yellow attracts bugs. It'll be fine. Sal says, my ex-wife called me Cusco because I look like him. Duvalier says, how is the sewing bee this year? So far it was good. Caroline says, my one disappointment with this pattern is the lack of notches. Just a few would have made the construction a lot easier. Yes, Caroline. Are we talking about the wanted? I think we are. Yes. Yeah, I agree. There should be notches on the neckband that match up for the shoulder seams. At least. At the very least. But yeah, I do agree with you. A few more would have been nice. It is a nice t-shirt when you get it done though, which kind of makes up for it. It's one of those ones that you kind of forgive it because it's just so pretty when it's done. I think I'm only going to get 3 t-shirts done again today, guys. Still 3 is better than none, isn't it? And that's what I've been doing for the last couple of days, is basically nothing. I did get the videos, the sew along edited though, which I was pleased about. But I have been struggling a bit the last few days, which has not been fun, but never mind. Right, let's get that sewn. Where did I get to with the chat? Julie says, white nighties? Caroline says, yes, neckband notches would be great. Mine gapes slightly at the back, and I'm not sure if it's eased in wrong. The way I do it is I find the centre back of both the neckline and the t-shirt and then pin those in place, and then I stretch between the front and the back neckline and kind of then pin the shoulder and then ease it in from there. But you're probably doing exactly the same. Carol says to Karin, I just add bias casing with a 1/2 inch by 3 inch piece of aluminium pie plate folded into thirds. Works really well. Some people use pipe cleaners or paper clips or jewelry wire, any pattern at the top edge. I think that was about the masks with glasses. Nicola says, I'm at the top end of the sizes for the wanted top. Does it sew up true to size? I can't find a finished garment size chart for it anywhere, only that it is a size 32 to 48. I can't remember what size I've actually cut for mine. I think it does sew up true to size though. Caroline, what do you think? Does it come up true to size? Nimue says, it's about the time spent together, not random number of productivity. Yes. Caroline says, Jordan Fabrics have a YouTube channel including a no wire. Sal says, Peeps, what do you think? What do you do with silk fabric I showed on the Facebook Peeps page today? Oh, I don't know. That was beautiful though, Sal. My immediate thought is like a kimono or a robe of some kind. It was really pretty. Concentration again. Proper concentration face. The seam allowance is trying to misbehave. Can't have that. No, no. think that's done. Again, let's get rid of this thread. Oh, that looks like a good point on this side. Let's have a look and see what it looks like from the front, because that's really what matters. No one's going to see the inside unless you're Julie, because I can imagine she'd be like, your insides aren't level. I am kidding. Oh, there's some good miters. Yay. Right. Let's finish that edge. Where did we get to? Caroline says, I found the wanted tee was true to size. She does have a size chart in inches on her website, not finished measurements though, which saved me a lot of converting. Yes. Alex says, Sal, I'd make a simple kimono too, or a floaty boxy top with big sleeves in plain silky fabric. I don't think you have enough for huge sleeves in a panel. This is true. And Nicola says to Caroline, thank you. These fitted tops are an issue when you have big boobs, sadly. Yes. Louise says, loved seeing you, Jane. Mum has left, but I shall let her know. Right, let's finish off these edges. Get the edges finished off. Sleeves on. Side seams sewn. Now I think we'll move on to some hemming, rather than trying to start any of the black ones. I think I shall try and finish these ones off completely. I think that's a good idea. I think I'm just talking to myself now. Tuck these long ends away. The thread's got a mind of its own. Where did we get to? Janice says, oh, I've been doing home health nursing for 22 years. The office have called and asked me to sew masks, but at least I'm still employable. I'm very glad to have you all for company as I sew. Thank you very much for being you, and yes, it's nice to sort of be useful as well, isn't it? If you know what I mean. Not that anybody, you don't have to be doing anything that you don't want to be doing, but I'm waffling now. You can tell I'm getting tired. Karen says to Carol, I use the Crafts Passion pattern, works well with glasses. I add pipe cleaner for the nose part. I've altered the pattern and put 2 darts in at the chin area so it sits tighter. Well, that sounds like a good idea. Because that's the other side of this, isn't it? That lots of people have been making masks, but then have got no idea how to use them correctly. And, you know, that's the half the point of them, is the correct use of them to prevent the spread. Caroline says to Nicola, no problem. I did a lazy full bust adjustment on mine and just added a little bit to the sides as well, as I was between sizes. What's a lazy full bust adjustment? Tell me. Okay, neckline is in. Let's put some sleeves on. This is such a lovely colour. It's so nice to work with as well because it's just so bright and lovely. I'm happy. It makes me happy. Julia says, we will all talk to ourselves. Didn't we? We all talked to ourselves, didn't we agree on that? Yes. Yes, we did. Sal says, thanks for the suggestion, Sean and Alex. I'll check out what I can do when it arrives. May do a little video of it in motion for you peeps. Please do. Put it up in the group. Nicola says to Caroline, sounds like I might have to do that, but I think I'll order the pattern and make up the biggest size to see how it sews up. I just want, yes, I want to know what a lazy full bust adjustment is too. Lol. I know there was a channel, I think it was Vintage on Tap. She showed how she did a full bust adjustment on her, on a jersey pattern. It was quite involved though. So I don't think that would have been the definition of a lazy one. Concentrating again so I don't stick myself with a pin, because, you know, quite possible. Quite possible. Julie says, I'm bad. I don't want to make masks when I don't wear masks when I'm out, although I did reach out to the local animal hospital and told them if they needed masks, because theirs had to go to the human hospital, they just had to reach out to the sewing community. Yeah, when I went to drop Chi off at the vets, they were all wearing handmade masks. And, you know, again, it's the mask is 50% of it. It's knowing the correct way to wear it and deal with it and sanitize it after it's been worn. And that's half the battle as well. Because there was a lot of people wearing masks in town when I go shopping, or as I mentioned earlier, there was a gentleman who's just holding his wool scarf over his face and taking it away to talk to people and putting it back up again, and he's touching his face the whole time, and it was just, yeah, it's somebody was also saying about gloves, how people are wearing gloves for their entire trip out, and the whole point of gloves is that you wear it for one patient, take the gloves off, dispose of them, and then put new gloves on when you do the next thing. So again, wearing one pair of gloves over the entirety of town when you're going out to do things, you're picking up things and like doors and stuff like that. It's better to just wash your hands thoroughly, properly wash your hands in between, than wear the same pair of gloves and just take it all over town, whatever you've picked up all over town with you. Because, you know, in hospitals, people, there's a fresh pair of gloves for every single patient that's seen. So there's all this protective gear, but you need the knowledge of how to use it properly as well. And I'm not trying to preach or say that I know exactly how it's meant to be done, because I don't. I'm not an expert. That's another reason that I don't talk about it on the waffles and things like that, because I don't want to be a source of knowledge, because I'm not. But it's one of those things that there needs to be education about the correct way to use these things as well. Get my sleeves in. Sleep one. Linnea says, have to go. We should have the KB hangout or something so we can share hangout projects on Instagram. I'll start if you agree. Yeah, definitely go for it. And also we do it in the Peeps group as well. I think you're a part of the Peeps group, Linnea. But if you're not, come and join us because it's fun there. We have fun. But yes, KB hangout as a hashtag. Awesome. Go for it. Show us what you made. Nimue says, after weeks of saying the opposite, German authorities have made masks mandatory while shopping and on public transport starting tomorrow. So I'm supplying my my BFF's family. And then Karen said the same. Julie, it's not really my choice anymore. I have to wear them from the 27th of April onwards. I hope they are also putting out how to wear them and how to deal with them, how to sanitize them, information as well. Because if they're making it mandatory, they need to provide everybody with that information as well. Because if they're not handled correctly, they can just be just as bad as not wearing something or worse. So, but again, I am no expert, so I'm going to shut up. Nimue says, it does more to protect others than the wearer, but every little helps. Yeah, agreed. Caroline says, Nicola, I like the Helen Closet pivot and slide full bust adjustment when I don't need to add much and can't be bothered chopping up the pattern and doing it properly. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Julie says, with your mum's profession, you have the means to get the knowledge, but I also understand why you don't ask her, Mum, how does the mask work? Yeah, Mum's initial response was along the lines of fabric masks aren't really going to do what the N95 mask does, and that's true. But as Nimue says, it's more about protecting others if you have corona than it is about protecting yourself, as it were, and it helps you to stop touching your face and that kind of thing. So yeah. Double says, here in Lithuania, if you're caught outside without a mask or wearing it under your chin, you automatically get a €300 fine. Oh wow. Yeah, that's the other thing that I've been seeing loads of is people have masks but they're not wearing them correctly. And it's like, well, that's, it's just because it's around your neck's not going to help. Sal says, I'm an aged care nurse and you're correct about gloves. We change them after each resident seen to and still wash hands as well on top of that. Yeah. I think that's something that the general public is very unaware of, or a percentage of the general public is very unaware of, and it needs to, that it needs to be good practice needs to be shared so that people know the correct way to use the things that they're using to get the maximum benefit out of them, because otherwise it's just not worth it. Caroline says she has a tutorial on her blog called How to Do a Quick Full Bust Adjustment Without Any Darts. Thank you. I shall have a look at that. Kathy says wearing masks is mandatory here since last week. There is nothing being presented to. There's nothing being given out on how to wear them. They're suggesting wearing a bandana if you don't have a mask. Wow. If you make something mandatory, you need to give the best practice of how to use it. I mean, the mind boggles. The mind boggles, it does. I mean, as you guys know, I am trying to keep the Facebook page a COVID-free zone, and the same with my channel, really. I don't mind discussing it like this on the live stream because obviously it's what's going on and we're dealing with at the moment. But I'm trying to carry on as business as normal on the vlogs and the channel because I can. And with the Facebook page, it becomes quite fraught and there are some heated conversations happening between people, and I get caught in the crossfire and I end up with a lot of emails from people upset about things getting posted, and I don't want to have to deal with that. And my other thought is that there is so much COVID related information everywhere else. There are groups set up specifically for mask sewing, for scrub sewing, for things like that, and it's nice for people to have a place that they can come where they know that there's going to be nothing related to that, because it's everywhere. It's all over our Facebook feeds, whether we want it to be or not. And it's nice to have one space where you come, where you know that there's nothing going on. So yeah, I'm trying to, as I say, trying to keep everything as COVID free as possible. So as Nancy said, let's move on and talk about other things, because it's not something that any of us are experts on. So we need to kind of let's just move on and talk about other stuff, because my mental health needs it, if nothing else. This t-shirt is making me very happy, this bright yellow colour. I like it a lot. Linnea says, I'm in the group. See you there. Awesome. I thought you were, Linnea. I thought I recognised. I thought I knew that I'd added you. Nicola says to Caroline, excellent. I'll have a look. Wanted, bought and downloaded. Sean made me do it. Ha ha ha. Creed Bratton says grey kitties are the best. Russian blues are the best. I'm going to go one step further. And then Vicky says, well said, Sean, this is my escapism from all of that. That's what I want. I want a place that people can come to and it be light and fluffy. And, you know, we all know serious stuff is happening. We are aware, but it's a nice, fluffy, light-hearted corner of the internet where you don't have to deal with that for a little while. And I have to say that that attitude is very much helping my mental health. And yeah. Nearly there. Then I'm going to press this. Then I'm going to sew the side seams, and then they all need hemming. So I might do that, because how are we doing? We've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes. It'd be nice if I could fully finish these and not have to finish them tomorrow. But that does mean I'm going to have to thread my cover stitch machine, which I don't enjoy. I do tie the thread onto the previous thread and pull it through, but I find that I still have to thread the needles. I can do the looper thingy with the pull through method, but I do have to thread the needles normally, although I do start them and get them half of the way through. Where did we get to? Sarah Swayze says, we all need light and fluffy. And Cara says, I love having a peaceful corner of the Peeps Facebook. Julie says, neighbours, little too friendly cat is also blue, although he is striped. Oh, lovely. Yeah, Russian blues tend not to be the most friendly of cats. That's another reason I got them. They tend to bond to one person and tolerate others. So yeah. Nimue says escapism is definitely needed in these times. It's not too frivolous to look after our mental well-being in these times. I sure need it. Yes, agreed. Vicky says, love your top, by the way. I'll go to wear this more often. Thank you, Vicky. So if you weren't here, I've been asked about my top so many times. Every time somebody joins, they're like, oh, your top's lovely. What is it? Christine says, thank you so much for not allowing that virus in your group. I haven't seen my kids and grandkids since the end of January. Sewing is my escapism and your channel is wonderful. Thank you. Oh, and Caroline says, Merlin is a grey clouded tabby, such a cutie. I know, it's beautiful. I think the next cat that I want to get, and I would like another cat at the same time as Gianna, I'd like one of the silver or grey Maine Coons, and there's a breeder on the island who specialises in that. So, yeah. And girl cats are supposed to tolerate boy cats more than they tolerate other girl cats. So I'm hoping she won't mind that I've brought in a giant fluffy grey boy cat. He's probably going to be the same size as her when he's a kitten, because Maine Coons are obviously very large, and Shiana is a small version of she's a smaller cat anyway, but she's a small Russian blue. I would like to get a Russian blue boy, because they are beautiful. And I'd like to get, because Chiana's actually a cross between a Russian blue and a Niblong, which is a long-haired Russian blue. So she's a lot fluffier than she's meant to be. So I would like to get like a purebred Russian blue boy. Having said all that, I also really want to adopt a cat as well from the local shelter. But I do have a weakness for blue cats. Blue cats are the best. I mean, they're not. All cats are the best. And your own personal cat is obviously the best. I mean, obviously. But, yeah. I won't be getting another cat whilst I still live in a studio, though, because that would just be a nightmare. And especially a kitten in that studio with Chi. There's not enough space for her to have her own, you know, space away from the kitten, so I wouldn't do that to her. Gianna's birthday is coming up, actually. She was born on the 28th of April. She's going to be 7 this year. Wow. 7 years old, so she's going to be an old lady. So I have to start buying her senior cat food. She's been really cute the last couple of nights. She's gotten to a point in the evening where she kind of, because my sofa bed, the seat cushions pile up on top of each other, and she likes to sleep on top of that because it's a raised platform. But for the last couple of nights, at about 1 o'clock, she's been coming down and getting on top of the duvet but under the blanket and like curling up and lying on my chest and purring crazily. It's just been lovely. The trouble is, the minute I want to move, she gets up and leaves, which is sad because I don't want her to. So I'm like, no, stay. But when I wake up in the morning, she's migrated from the top of the pile of sofa cushions, and she comes and sleeps down by my feet or on my feet if she can. But I tend to twitch quite a lot, I think, when I sleep, so she doesn't sleep on my feet for very long because she gets annoyed with the base moving constantly. Right, let's get these side seams sewn up. I'll turn you back around. There we go. That's better. So side seams sewn up, and then we can do some hemming. We'll see how I feel when I get this done, because I'm starting to lose track of words. I can speak. Honest. Let's see, where did we get to? Caroline says, we're using Fellaway Friends and have far less problems than we expected. HubSpot's a Niblong. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a Niblong as well. Oh, I want all the cats. Who am I kidding? I want all the grey cats. If I ever win the lottery, I'm going to have a giant house and just be a crazy cat lady, and they're all going to be grey. Every variant of grey that there is. Karen says, I see. Sorry for having brought it on. We all take things differently. I'm shutting up now. Karen, it's totally fine. It's totally fine, my love. Don't worry about it at all, because if your country is making those things mandatory, then, you know, that's going to be something that you want to talk about. So don't worry about it. It's not a problem. It's more about in the Peeps group, because physical posts staying up for a long time trigger other people. And not, like I say, I'm the one that gets caught in the crossfire with that, having to deal with it. Last Sunday that happened. And it got a bit heated in the discussion on that post, so I just deleted the whole thing. So yeah, just trying to keep it as light and fluffy as possible, just so that everyone knows there's a little bit of escapism if they want it. Sal says, Sean, my Dracula novel is based in the real world, so a vampire could be watching this. So do you want me to make you a vampire in my novel? I don't know what kind of vampires are we talking? Twilight sparkly vampires? Because no. True blood vampires? Yes. Although how painful is the transformation? Because I don't do very well with pain, as you've all noticed, because I'm bitching about mine constantly. Right. Oops, so this one's down. Oh, it doesn't matter. Talking to myself again. Right. Where did we get to? Alison says, you are hoping that Chiana will accept the new kitty. She would be so jealous. Spinks is still jealous of Maya, and she's been with me for 18 months. Yeah, I think she would get jealous, which is another reason that it may not happen. I mean, it just can't happen in the house that I live in at the moment, because there isn't room. There isn't enough room. Cats need space away from each other. But I would like more than one cat. Maybe not quite as many as Anna. Anna has 9 cats, which are beautiful, but that would be a lot. That would be a lot to deal with. Crafting Bev says, I'm very fond of calicos. My oldest cat, who is 9, is a white calico, but my other cat, who is 7, is 3/4 Siamese. See, I did like Siameses until this nasty one keeps beating Chiana up. I'm sure they're not all the same. I think just this neighborhood one's just got too big for its boots, perhaps. But yes, I like Siameses. I like how chatty they are. Although if you're trying to sleep, I'm sure it's not the most fun in the world. I mean, Chiana's quite chatty, as you guys have seen. She does make the oddest little noises, bless her. And whenever she does anything, it's like again, Kronk from The Emperor's New Groove. You know that he sings his own theme tune as he's walking along. Chiana does the same thing. I think I told you guys this last week. She does the same thing whenever she does anything. If she jumps anywhere or moves or does anything, there's always a little chirrup to go with it. It's like she's singing her own theme tune. It's always a brrr. So yeah, she's quite a chatty little one. Cheers. Noelia says, hi, I'm back. Glad to see you're still here. Still going. Not sure how much longer for, but still going. Julie says, Findus is out at night. Yeah, I'd happily let Chiana go out if it wasn't for this Siamese. Because it bites her and it attacks her, and she's had scratches and stuff from it in the past. And I just don't want one of them to get to the point where she has to go to the vets again, because then I would have to phone the neighbours and start, being like, we need to work out something because your cat is actually costing me money. I mean, it comes into my house and eats her food while she's sat up on the bookcase because it beats her up, so she can't chase it off. So, yeah. Crafting Bow says, I'm very devoted to both of my girls. Jojo's here. Hi, Jojo. How are you, my love? Caroline says, my sister used to have a silver tabby related to Blue Peter Pear. Oh, cute. Cute. Anessa says, I just accidentally stitched my hair into my cross stitch. Laugh my ass off. Nice. Nice. Added texture. Totally meant to do it, right? Where did I get to? Oh, Alison says, Sean, have you ever considered a British short hair or long hair? See Smoothie on Instagram. Yes, Mum and Dad have 2 British short hairs that Nia is looking after. I mean, they're Nia's cats now. They've had them for 10 years nearly. Yes, but I prefer the more Oriental and Russian faces. I prefer the longer faces rather than the smoosh faces. But Smoothie is stunning. Smoothie and Milkshake, isn't it? They have their own YouTube channel as well. They are beautiful. Those eyes. I want eyes that colour. I mean, my eyes are green, but they're a dark green. Vicky says, lol. Vita says, hi everyone, finally caught alive. Hi Vita, how are you, my lovely? Julie says, that's why the fly swatter. Yes, I went after the Siamese with my spider catcher. I didn't like that. But it's just the stress of it, because Chiana then fluffs up, and you guys know she's hospitalized me once when she's been in that kind of a mood. So I obviously don't want to get hospitalized again, especially at the moment. And it's just easier to keep her in. And I cheat-proof everything she can make noise with. So there's a ritual of like where cushions go and bits that, like a dressing gown gets put over something so she can't get at it, kind of thing, which has been working really well. It must be really boring for her, but I do try and play with her every day. I watch a lot of Jackson Galaxy, and he has, he's like, get your cats into routine and how to amuse your cat and that kind of stuff. I tried amusing her with a ball where her food was in the ball and she had to work for it. She just sat there and looked at me like, you're kidding, right? Where did we get to? Caroline says a Maine Coon will put their Siamese in its place. Yeah, that's another reason. Although hopefully by that point we won't be living here. Hopefully. Crafting Bev says, neither one of my girls are chatty, but they make their wishes known with their actions by getting in my face, helping me with the dinner, helping me with my crafting and sewing. But she has a habit of she chirrups at me. She knows, I know when she wants me to follow her and do something, because she chirrups at me, walks a little bit away, turns around, looks at me, and then comes back and chirrups at me again until I follow her. She's also got this habit of standing next to a cupboard where her food is, and she bangs her tail against it because she wants me to open it up. She's got some really funny little habits. But because she's so skittish around other people, nobody really sees these things unless I film them. I am planning on doing a Chiana video of all the funny things I have filmed her doing over the years. So I need to pull my finger out and do that. There's a lot of editing in that one though. So yeah. Sal says, my vampire origin story is different, but they act like the good ones, like in Bram Stoker's Dracula and Anne Rice Interview with a Vampire. Okay. Yes, I'll be a vampire then. Anessa says, Caro, I'm doing Happy Week, one that says, welcome to our haunted house. I'm practicing to do the one that says, this is proof that I have patience just to have something 1,000 times. I want to do that too. Sarah says, my black cat Luna does that. She likes to sing the songs of her people all over the condo at all hours. Yeah, anyone, if you haven't watched Z Frank's Sad Cat Diaries, you need to. But yeah, there's one point and he's like, the authorities have locked me out of the bedroom. Clearly they've left me here to die. I shall sing the song of my people at 1 a.m. It's very funny. Anessa says, oops, I'm doing a Halloween one. Don't know what I read. I thought it was. Caroline says, I'm finishing the Country Companions Snow Time this week. Found it while sorting out my workshop. Nice. Anessa says, Sean, it's DNA to prove who did it. Ah, yes. That's a very good point. I like that, Anessa. Stephanie says, there is a tale that says if you stitch a bit of your hair into a quilt, the person you give it to will love you forever. So maybe it's okay to leave the hair in the cross stitch. Oh, I like that. Jojo says, all good at Casa Flattery. Indy is a shouty, chatty boy. Peggy loves telling us off. And Lister is the strong, silent type of cat. Aww. Anessa says, Stephanie, it pulled right out of my head, so it's part of the design now. And Janice says, our cat was not impressed with Jackson's toys, but loves to attack my charger cords. Yeah, Chiana has eaten her way through about 6 or 7 cords. They're like 60 quid each. I've spent more on cords than I did on getting her. Fun times. She does it now because she knows it irritates me. She did it when she was a kitten because I swear they put cat attracting stuff on their cords, Apple do. But she does it now because when she wants attention, she'll just sit next to the cord and just look at it. And she knows that like she'll immediately get my attention and then she gets me to do what she wants. Cats aren't stupid. Russian Blues are meant to be quite intelligent. They say they breed for dumb when they breed for show cats because they cats know what you want them to do and they like end up doing exactly the opposite because they don't enjoy it. Okay, except for the pressing and the hemming, I have managed to sew 3 t-shirts in 5 hours and 39 minutes and 4 seconds. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to hem them today because that would mean like completely reorganizing everything because there isn't really room for the cover stitch at the moment. So I think I'll do that in tomorrow's vlog. I think. And I'm getting a little bit hungry as well, so I think go and cook some dinner would be a good idea. What is everyone having for dinner today, or lunch, if that is the next meal in your current location? I am planning on making a salad with chorizo and chicken. And then I have a honeydew melon that has become ripe overnight, so I'm going to eat that, which I am looking forward to because I like honeydew melon a lot. So that's exciting. How about you guys? Very good too. Craft in Bed said, my cat loves homemade toys. I put small ones on the end of a fishing line and the kids fishing on a kids fishing pole. We use that to play with my cat every day. She's not a big fan of those ones. She's quite a fussy little bugger. She particularly likes the laser pointer. That one she will play with for hours. But she's got a lot of cat toys, and she's been gifted a lot of cat toys as well, but she's not massively fussed about them. And I bought her the ones on sticks and things. And she doesn't really, she half-heartedly gives it a little swipe, but she doesn't go mad for it. So yeah, laser pointer is her preferred toy. She doesn't get bored of that one very easily. She'll stop and pretend to, have a bath and pretend to not be interested. But if you give it a couple of minutes, then she's immediately hooked again. So yeah. Right. Oh, it's pretty. It's really pretty. I like it a lot. So 3 t-shirts, all nice and bright. Got some pink and some yellow. But I am going to call it a day for now because I'm tired. I'm going to catch up with chat, so I'm not going yet. So because I'm a bit behind with the chat, so let's have a look. Alison says, I have nearly finished pasting my PDF patterns. I use a glue stick, it's so much easier. I hope your parcel arrives this week. It's time to snuggle with the raggy, so night night. Good night, Alison. I don't think the parcel's going to come to me. There's no way for me to get it to me, so I think it's going to go back to you, which I'm very sad about. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's annoying because I paid the customs charge on it. So fingers crossed I won't have to pay that again, but we shall see. Vita says, we have one cat, but she lives in the barn and kills lots of things. We also feed many other random feral cats who show up to take part in Primrose's food. Vita says, there's one black cat that's been squatting in the barn for a long time. We've called him Toothless. Oh. Julie says, I've finally gotten to cutting out. Vicky says, well done you. Craft in Bed says, same thing I have every night, tacos. Noelia is having meatballs for dinner. Sal says, I love telling people that because my Dracula is real. He can read our conversations about it. Lol. Anessa says, I treated the kids to Chinese takeout yesterday, so we're having leftovers. Ooh, yum. Mum doesn't like Chinese food, which is really sad because Dad and I love it, and we do the same thing. We order slightly too much, and then we can have leftovers the next day. Duvalier says, I already had my dinner. I was craving scrambled eggs, so that's what I've had. Very nice. Stephanie says, making oatmeal cookies with butterscotch drops. Ooh, they sound good. Kathy says, just had grilled cheese for lunch, doing spaghetti for dinner later. It's a rainy day here. Good day for indoor activities like sewing. Indeed. Sarah O says, I just had sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. That sounds yummy. Vicky says, pork steak salad and chips followed by toffee and vanilla cornetto. Oh, I haven't had ice cream in ages. There's our local ice cream shop. It's all small batch, handmade, amazing flavours. And obviously they've not been able to open again. Usually they open just before Easter. But they keep posting on their Instagram. It's like, we miss you guys. We have new flavours. We're going to open as soon as we can. It's like, I miss you guys too. Julie says, bye, Sean. See you Sunday. Megan says, my cat only ever liked fat cat toys. Christine says, steak on the barbecue for the first time this season and chocolate pounding cake for dessert. Yum. Ooh, yummy. My brother did a paella outside on the barbecue the other day for the family. It looked amazing. Cecilia says, my cat loves to play fetch with her hair ties or bottle caps. She used to play fetch. She doesn't want to do it so much anymore. She just looks at me like I'm a crazy person. Sal says, bye, Sean, been awesome as usual. Kathy says, almost done the PJs I'm making. Well done, Kathy. Shona says, just firing up the barbecue for dinner. Ooh, nice. Julie says, Sal, what's the name of your book? Janice says, I'm going to lovely and leave you to go feed people. Well, thank you for your companionship. Thank you for hanging out with us. Cecilia says, farewell, Sean. It's been lovely and hope to catch you live again next weekend, next Sunday, same time, midday for me. And Sal says it will call, when it's finished, it will be called Dracula, Salvation Leads to Annihilation. Interesting. That note, I'm caught up with the chat. So thank you very much for hanging out with me, guys. It's been lovely again. I will see you next Sunday for birthday stream. Feel free to dress up if you would like to. We're going to have a bit of a party. I have no idea what I'm going to sew. I've still got 2 t-shirts to do, but I think I'm going to get those done before then. So yeah, we shall see what I end up doing next Sunday. Who knows? I might cut out a dress or something, slightly fancier dress to sew. See if I can get that done. Yeah, maybe that might be fun. Anyway, it's been lovely hanging out with you, and I will see you all next week, and I'll see you in the vlogs in between. So now I've got to end it gracefully.